protest? Standing up as free Americans and exercising our right to say we're mad as hell and we're not going to take it anymore.
I'm out of spit. Can I go now?
20 envelopes and you're ready to quit. Blanche, we joined the Friends of Sea Mammals for a reason. You are so unmotivated. Well, have a ball. Of course, the only problem was that our town theater was designed for silent movies.
They never put in a sound system?
No. Luckily, our school teacher, Miss Sigerson, was an expert lip reader. She'd do all the dialogue. Although there were some problems sometimes. Through most of Citizen Kane.
Ma, I told you why
I know what you told me, and you're wrong. Your brother Phil is much older than Michael, and I still send him money. And you know why? Where I was brought up, you learned never to turn your back on family. Never.
I know, Ma.
When your crazy cousin Nunzio started living with his pet goat, did the family turn its back on him? No. And after a couple of nights...
There are variations.
You're a genius. All you people are brilliant. The Chinese invented pasta, you know. We take credit for it, but we just added oregano.
Well, all I can say at this point is...
Sex life.
Now, I knew somebody who had 7 husbands, and 6 of them died of stomach ailments. Well, they arrested her. She'd been putting ground glass in their salads. Why?
Because she ran out of croutons. Because she wanted to kill them, Rose. Here she knows St. Olaf part again. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Ferguson. No, I didn't happen to see Ed Sullivan last night, but I'm sure it was a good one. She's ready, God.
That bell is you, Fluffy.
Ma, you made that whole thing up. Now, what is your point?
That I made it up. It was a little lie that gave me a lot of pleasure. If Rose is happy and there was no harm done, let her have that.
You know something, Ma? I don't know why. They just don't. I don't believe this. I'm talking to a mouse. The scary part is I think you're listening. Oh, look, I beg you. Mammal to mammal. Please go.
How's Buzz?
So you're Buzz. So you're Miles. You're Buzz. You're Miles. Buzz. Miles.
I know what you're going to say, Dorothy. You can't stand to see me go, but I've made up my mind.
Rose, listen.
Now you're going to tell me I'll miss you. God, how I'll miss you.
Rose, you have to listen to me.
You know, Rosie, you're thinking, I sure could use one last St. Olaf story before you leave. And then I'd ask, shall I do?
Whatever you want to do. Ketchup to go on my lima beans.
Why?
Oh, he sometimes ate them that way. He'd make up stories about how that's the way the kings and queens of Europe ate them. He always made it sound so special. He always made everything sound...
Gin?
Dorothy, what's the matter? Something wrong?
That thrill of victory. The agony.
As long as I'm here, what do you say, babe? For old time's sake. You want to go to bed? Dorothy! Dorothy, let go. It was a joke. You're hurting me. You're really hurting me.
They're yours. You want them fair and square.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about? You and Rose won that tournament.
Please, you blew it on purpose. The 9-pin for the spare is your best shot. You could make that shot all day long. Here, enjoy them. Okay.
Yes, I feel just as bad as you do.
Oh, yeah? Did you have an angry Viking yelling Scandinavian swear words at you on the phone this morning?
My guess would be no.
Rose, as I told you last night, your cousin is a very sensitive man. I just have to find the right time and place, and I'll let him down.
They're fighting over me.
Carl, is this the man you've been seeing?
But don't worry, he's just a little jealous.
That's some bad news, Rose. It's not you he's after. He's using you to get to me. This is the cheese man.
Now I'll have to figure out what to do with all of you.
Now, wait a minute. You can't just come into this house. She cursed me.
I don't know. Maybe because you gave her the cold that eventually killed her. The point is, on her deathbed, she laid a curse on you. Beware the leap year's full moon.
That's it? That's the curse?
What'd you expect, poetry? The woman was on her deathbed. Give her a break.
I'll get it. Hello? Well, you are aware that it's a two-seater. It's not much of a family car. Oh? How long have you and your wife been practically separated?
Waves on Biscayne Bay. I've grown so much as a writer since then.
Well, I should hope so.
Blanche.
No, it's all right. Did you have a problem with my book, dear?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. All those waves. Big waves, little waves, dark waves rolling in. Page after...
You and Miami's own Sophia Petrillo.
He's way behind in the polls, but the election is 2 days away, and a lot can happen in 2 days.
Well, I, for one, am going to do everything in my power to get Gil elected.
Oh, fine, you can start by taking this folder he left over to his house.
On the other hand, why should I deprive Rose of a chance to be...
Deduction individually and documented with a receipt, okay?
Okay. Now, what the hell is this?
It's business loss. I made a bad investment.
What investment? You never told me you were investing our money.
Well, I actually wasn't planning to, but I knew this was a moneymaker the minute I laid eyes on it.
I can. It was hell. And the entertainment? Some guy from Palermo forgot his accordion, so he sat around singing O Sole Mio while squeezing a monkey.
Sophia.
Sophia, what? It was the worst time of my life. If it weren't for Pin the Tail on the French, we would have gone stir crazy.
Go, I'm tired of arguing with you.
Sophia! Is that a Captain Jack Seafood Shanty uniform you're wearing?
No, Rose. I'm off to discover the Straits of Magellan. Yo ho!
A lot of work to do here.
I can't believe you're still working on that article. I thought you were just going to help organize it.
I can't believe you're doing this again. You're letting him take advantage of you like he did in high school.
He is under a lot of pressure, and I don't want him to kiss his deadline.
If I still had my dog Fluffy, I'd give to him.
You'd give what to Fluffy?
My kidney.
Oh, come on, Rose. You'd give a kidney to a dog.
Absolutely.
So he could whiz on your rug?
I would give to him because of everything he gave to me.
But you give me your honest advice. Can I still pull it off?
Right now, I'd be surprised if you could cut it off.
Are you implying that I might have gained weight?
There's only one way to find out. Here's the scale.
Oh, fine.
Rose, are you all right? You're all right, but I warn you, it is very simple. Huh? What do you think?
I think you're my best friend, so let's change the subject.
I think it's beautiful. It's exactly what I would have picked.
That settles it. It goes back tomorrow. Line number 1, avoidance of social activities. Number 2, people who can't hear act forgetful. Ma forgot about these tickets?
Oh, that was just an excuse. Sophia's not really getting forgetful.
Hot coffee coming through.
At least something good came out of that horrible night.
Hello.
Dorothy, I love you.
I love you too. Goodbye. I probably just overdid it in class tonight.
I do think you ought to have it checked out.
Come on, it's perfectly all right. Ma, what is that you're knitting?
A bottle cover for the sherry.
Why do we need to cover the sherry?
Not the sherry here in the house. The sherry I take to the park. You drink out of a paper bag in the park, and suddenly...
Thank you so much for your help, sister.
Go with God. Sophia, I just don't know.
Oh, come on. Dorothy's bank is right over there. She lets me draw on her account. If he's honest enough to put up his money, we should be willing to do the same.
I guess it seems fair. Okay.
Great. Let's go.
Michael! Oh my God, that's Michael J. Fox! Michael, please, can we talk to you for just a minute?
Michael, it's very important. We won't bother you. Michael!
Yes, that's right. It was a winning ticket, but we gave the jacket away.
How did you know my name?
I know all your names. This house has been under surveillance.
Why are you watching our house?
It's a security measure. The president wants to stop at one house on his way to dedicate the Senior Citizen Center.
Why can't he use the Arco station like everyone else?
Are you saying Mr. President George Bush might stop here?
He wants
A
to...
minute, there is no Mr. Ferguson in this room.
Isn't this room 203?
303.
Oh, boy, what a day. Since I'm here, do you need the last rites?
Oh, no, thank you.
Have you had your operation yet?
No, tomorrow morning.
Well, good luck. I'm sure everything...
Welcome, everybody. Merry Christmas.
I just never thought there'd be children.
I know. And what is Santa Claus doing here?
Oh, they paid these poor out-of-work guys $10-15 to stand on street corners ringing their bells for charitable contributions.
One, she gave out donuts and coffee to the doughboys before they boarded the trains for Europe. It works, truly. She said no one can be scared when they hear that song. Except maybe the Kaiser.
I don't need a song. I just want to be young and beautiful and healthy again.
Blanche, that's what we...
When can we see our doctor?
Are you related to the patient?
No, they're not.
Well, I'm sorry. Only relatives can see the patient. This is a very serious operation, but we are going to do the best that we can.
Can I see my mother first?
Of course.
Okay, Ma, if this is what you really want to do...
It's not what I want to do. It's what I have to do. Dorothy, today is my anniversary, and I barely remember getting married. You know, I hate getting old. You always seem to be losing something. First...
Oh, Frank, come on in. Ma, Frank Nan. Frank, my mother.
Hello, Frank.
Ma, Frank is directing the production of Henny Penny.
Well, not anymore, I'm not. One of the kids in the play came down with the measles. And because the audience is going to be children, too, the entire cast has been quarantined.
Dorothy, can I ask you something?
I don't know what it means. I just don't like the possibilities.
No, I wanted to ask you, do you think Blanche has been picking on me lately?
I haven't noticed.
Oh, Lord. So long since I've been dipped. I can't even remember which end of a gefluffen is up.
Oh, Rose, Wait a minute. I won't have to wear horns or one of those metal brassieres, will I?
Oh, no, Dorothy. I'm the one that's getting married.
Then I'd love to.
A blessing for the couple.
You invited a rabbi to a moonlight madness party? You still think of me as your little girl?
Of course I do. In fact, come on. Sit on my lap. For old time's sake.
Oh, come on, Ma. You can't be serious. I mean, I'm a grown woman.
At the priest. You know I can't cut loose with a priest around.
Sophia, he happens to be a very nice man.
He gives me the creeps. He's been following me. They always follow the old people. It's like parking tickets. They got a last rights quota.
Sophia, there.
We had to feed the chickens, slop the hogs, muck the stalls.
Please, I'm trying to eat here.
And after I finished all that, I still had to take care of Larry, my one-eyed pig.
What did you people do? Run a farm for handicapped animals?
Ted, did I hear someone say you were a doctor?
He's not just a doctor. He happens to be one of the top neurosurgeons in the Midwest.
Get out of here.
He's also heavy into real estate.
No, it's nothing much, really. I just own a few mini malls.
Oh, your wife must be very proud of you.
Could there be any more birthdays?
What are you telling me?
I have so many things wrong with me. Arthritis, high blood pressure, angina, just to mention a few.
Who doesn't? You can't get into our canasta game unless you have at least 2 debilitating diseases.
Your table is ready, madams.
Exist.
Have you tried telling them how you feel?
They wouldn't listen.
I'm listening.
Yeah, only because they dump me on you and you feel you have to.
No.
Well, you don't have to.
David,
Just leave me alone.
Ma, wait a minute, Ma. Did you let Billy play?
Billy.
Little boy, brown hair.
She knows who he is.
He played a little.
Ma, that was illegal.
Was. I gave him a sandwich so he'd make weight. Unfortunately, on the first play, it gave him a cramp and he had to sit out. But they won it without him.
Coming.
Hi.
Hi.
Can I come in?
On to Final Jeopardy. And today our Final Jeopardy category is this: U.S. history.
My major in college.
All right, players, make your wagers. Today's Final Jeopardy answer is American hero buried in Grant's...
What you meant, Dorothy. You mean the reason we can't sleep is because we're feeling guilty about profiting from Jasper de Kimmel's impending death.
I feel creepy every time I think of...
What I meant was, it's a great opportunity to make new friends.
Look who's here!
Remember prom night 1946?
Why? What happened?
I don't know. I'm that somebody.
No, I think what Ma's referring to is a little practical joke that Trudy played on me. You know, all of us on the tennis team decided that we would wear our tennis whites to the prom. Well, I showed up and...
Me as her partner, and then the two of you sign up together.
I did it. Dorothy's a better bowler than you are, and I want to win this year.
Rose, how could you do a thing like this?
I admit it. I have a problem. I'm too competitive when it comes to athletics. Officially, 3 weeks before graduation, I was asked to be in the kissing booth at the Founders Day Fair. Unfortunately, the first boy I kissed had a nasty case of mono. Well, that afternoon, I passed it along to 50 young men. And one very confused female PE teacher who smelled
Stan, did you really mean what you said about there not being that much between you and Chrissy?
That's right.
I'm glad, because now I don't feel so guilty.
What are you talking about?
Stanley, I don't feel the same way about us as you do.
You're kidding.
No, you know, what happened the other night?
Pencils down.
Where's everybody?
Just you and me, Blanche. Well, looks like we're finally at the crossroads.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean, I know you've been
Oh, I know, honey, I know, but you've just got to find a way to turn this negative into a positive. Now, what was supposed to have been a private, intimate moment between you and your boyfriend turned into a sordid exhibition in front of strange men.
And what's the positive?
I slept with the photographer.
How you feel?
You gave us quite a scare.
Oh, doctor, is she going to be all right?
She'll be fine. It was just an esophageal spasm.
A what?
A constriction of the food pipe. It can be very painful and frightening, but it's not at all serious.
Oh, thank God.
She just needs to take it easy for a few days, and she'll be as good as new. Rose, I want you to relax here for a few more minutes.
Sophia, you know people in their 70s and 80s can have great sex.
Yeah, with people in their 70s and 80s. Put me in a bedroom with Tom Cruise, and you'd be peeling me off the ceiling.
Well, according to Big Daddy, he still has both his...
For 17 straight days in a rocking chair marathon. Of course, she couldn't have done it without the moral support of her children and her husband and his cattle prod.
Okay, that's it. Drink this. It's a secret potion from the old country, guaranteed to put you to sleep.
Looks like milk.
You to Shady Pines when you have a hernia.
You took me there after I had a stroke?
I'm not getting anywhere. Blanche, you talk to her.
A wet bar.
Blanche! Look, Ma, I love you, and I know what's best for you. And besides, I don't want to feel pangs of guilt for the next 20 years.
I'd really like to take you somewhere special. What do you say?
Well, yes, that sounds wonderful.
That's great. I'll call you later, Rose.
Looks like it. Brother Angelo, he was at your wedding?
He's the priest who lives in Sicily.
He's going to Brooklyn next week to visit the family and insisted on stopping off in Miami one day to wish you two a happy 40th wedding anniversary.
Yeah, but we're not married anymore.
Which brings me to the lasagna El Forno. Is he okay?
Oh, yes, he's having cosmetic surgery.
It's about time. I'll be in the John. Reading material.
Get herpes listening to this story. At what point in the evening did you finally meet George?
Well, I didn't meet George that Christmas Eve. That was the next Christmas Eve, but that was a boring story. I said I was going to tell you an exciting story.
Ladies, look, I hate to see people just drink coffee.
Any world. Imagine it, Al. We'd go rocketing up and down and turn and turn and turn, and then zoom, coming right back down. Or we could just walk around and get our picture taken with Goofy.
If these had been offered to the Donner Party, they still would have eaten each other.
Don't be silly, Dorothy. They're delicious. You just have to know how to eat them. You hold your nose with one hand, and you pop a Crispy in your mouth with the other. That tastes like cheesecake, fresh strawberries, and chocolate. And I don't trust. I can't put my finger on it.
I can. He's a lech.
No, that isn't it.
Oh, yes, it is, Rose. He made a pass at me.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, that's terrible. Dorothy will be heartbroken.
Too soon?
Rose, do you think we can go call St. Olaf now and you can explain it to them the way I explained it to you?
Well, we could try. We might not be able to get a hold of anybody. It's everybody hide the corn day.
It was a perfect reception. For once, everything...
What a meal, Rose, and what a deal, Rose. Uncle Cluck's tastes just like chicken all-you-can-eat buffet.
You love your early bird specials.
You bet, especially when they forget to collect the coupon.
Come on, Rose.
Dance floor is out too unless she can find a new partner within the next minute.
Oh, yeah? Excuse me, sir. Listen, would you consider dumping your partner and dancing with me? Huh? Listen, sir, excuse me. Would you consider it one day soon, Mrs. Blanche Devereaux were to become Mrs. Blanche Devereaux?
I'll alert the mailman.
Could I ask you, please, for complete silence? Never mind, I thought I heard a radio going next door. I'm trying to catch a baseball score.
Will you please get on with the examination?
Okay. Open your mouth and say, ah. Yep, she's paralyzed.
That's it.
Hi, girls.
Hi, Rose.
Oh, Blanche, remember a few days ago when I said your car was making a funny kind of a noise sometimes?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's making it all the time now.
Oh, it's nothing serious, I'm sure.
Americans, you measure everything by the almighty dollar.
Well, we're trying to learn the metric system. It's not that easy.
This place is like a sweatbox. Oh, great. The air conditioner's not working.
Well, who needs air conditioning? We have a fresh ocean breeze and a breathtaking view. Yeah, well, what about that surprise party we threw for you when we first moved in? That worked. Or almost. I mean, it kind of worked.
Hi, Rose. I picked up Blanche's birthday cake. What are you doing?
Decorating Blanche's birthday cake. There, it's finished.
Well, I've never seen a menu with a table of contents before.
Skip ahead to chapter 5. It's the lunch menu.
Oh, gee, everything sounds so good. The crepes of wrath. The old man and the seafood salad. I think...
They worked out after all.
Were you three listening to our conversation?
Absolutely not. You know we would never eavesdrop.
They made me do it. When I turn my hearing aid up to 10, I can hear a canary break wind in Lauderdale. Hey, Dorothy, guess who's on Johnny Carson tonight?
Who?
Johnny Carson.
Must be the anniversary show. Rose, what's that supposed to be?
A flab stimulator. 2 weeks away and we still don't have a band. What are we gonna do?
I'll tell you what we're gonna do, Rose. We're gonna eat a cheesecake. Hi, Ma. Shouldn't you be finishing those invitations?
Just here for a glass of water. The stamp licking dries me out.
Why don't you use a sponge?
A few more cups
on the phone.
The real phone, Rose, or your Farmer in the Dale phone?
Oh, please. I haven't had a Farmer in the Dell phone since I was 50.
Now, who called, Rose?
Jerry Kennedy.
Jerry Kennedy, the newscaster?
Uh-huh. He's coming over to pick up his daily planner. I took it home from work by mistake.
Oh, I feel guiltier than ever. Ma, I didn't tell a friend the truth.
Rose doesn't need to find out. We can move on with our lives as if nothing happened. Let it go, pussycat.
Dorothy, she's right. I'm gonna marry Rose. You'll be the maid of honor.
No, that's right. The maid of honor. The guilty, sin-ridden, backstabbing maid of honor.
Hot damn! It's happened! It's finally happened! Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Oh, yes!
I take it we now get the Disney Channel?
Even better! You are looking at the winner of this year's Volunteer Vanguard Award.
Oh, Rose, honey, what are you talking about? Ma, that is a mean, underhanded, despicable thing to do.
So was World War II. We're talking about Mussolini.
Hour's worth. It's supposed to take an hour?
And what happens to your dream? You were going to be the first Petrillo to go to college. You were going to be a teacher.
I'm still going to be a teacher, Ma. This won't change that. Now, when you say an hour, does that include everything?
Oh, God, Dorothy, we've got to get you married. Stan.
Friday night, we're planning on having dinner at Joe's Stone Crab.
Oh?
Hey, it's your wedding anniversary.
Oh, yeah, right. Sounds nice.
Ma, you didn't forget, did you?
Oh, forgive me. I forgot something. Maybe you should ship me back to Shady Pines. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be in the living room being...
That you're leaving.
Well, Warden, I could make a break for it, but I'm afraid you'd shoot me going over the wall.
Sophia, couldn't you just visit, Phil? You don't have to move in permanently.
And besides, honey, you're not going to be comfortable there. They live in a trailer.
You won't have any privacy. I bet you don't even get your own bedroom.
Please, we all have our own rooms here, and I still don't... Oh, don't. What are you doing?
Just want to be by myself for a while.
It's time to throw rice at the kids.
I don't think I can go back out there.
You're acting like a...
What is it, Rose? Is something wrong?
I'm not sure. St. Luke's Hospital wants me to come in for some kind of test. That's where I had my gallbladder out 6 years ago.
Can I see it, Rose?
They throw organs out after surgery.
The letter, Rose. Why can't you marry him?
Well, you remember I told you Richard wanted to introduce me to his family? I thought it would be his little old gray-haired mama and his spinster aunt. Turns out he has 2 kids.
Well, Blanche, we've all got kids.
But these are 7 and 9.
Get off my damn back!
Dorothy, what time is it?
9:30. Why do you ask?
Phyllis Gluckman is giving me a ride to my acting lesson. If I'm going to be in a commercial, I want to be good.
Ma, what are you talking about?
But the day of my wedding, as I stood at the altar, the boy I was to marry was on a cattle boat headed for America. That night, on a tear-stained pillow, I put a curse on him.
Curse?
Nothing fancy. I remember I said, Giuseppe Mangiacavallo, from this day forward, may you and all your future generations...
My baby is gone. Oh, Sophia.
Make 100 for half the money. So, of course, he got the contract. When the Navy came back to check on the progress 6 months later, they discovered there'd been a terrible misunderstanding. Phineas had made 100 Hoagie Heroes for $500,000.
He claimed the Bahamas with. I just met Ed at the airport. He arrested Michael for transporting marijuana from the islands. Boy, you think you know somebody.
I see. Well, Ed picking up Michael was doing his job. You picking up Ed is something I think the two of us have to discuss. Ed?
Stan gave it to me. It was the only present he ever gave me that didn't need an extension cord.
They got my jewels.
But I see they didn't get your cocaine.
Oh, my God, Blanche has cocaine. Wait a minute. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm sitting in the dark?
I already know. Your birthday's this weekend and you're depressed about being older.
No, I'm not. I'm depressed because you gave me such lousy birthday presents.
Ma, you want better presents? Adopt Monty Hall.
I wish I could.
Ed, I never really liked it much anyway. It's just that my grandmother gave this to me on her deathbed. She was very, very sick for a very, very long time. I loved her very, very much.
Blanche, why don't you just grind the broken piece?
Morning.
Good morning, honey.
I had the strangest dream last night. I was at a baseball game. Charlie Brown was pitching and Schroeder was behind the plate. And Lucy and Snoopy were in the outfield and they wouldn't let me play. Anyone else?
Honey, you sure you're going to be all right here alone?
She'll be fine. If someone breaks in, she'll just have to sleep with them. Means my my friend Martha Lamont's table and try not to fall in love.
Miss Lamont is waiting for you at the bar.
Oh, good. With luck, she found somebody who'll pay for dinner. Martha, you look terrific. Are those new knee-highs?
It's a new attitude. Eat, drink, and be merry.
And I'll smile.
Oh, Ma, that was very sweet.
Just lovely, Sophia. Sophia, can you ever forgive me for all those ugly things I said?
Of course I can. It was said in the heat of battle.
You know, if I had it all to do over again, I'd let you have Fidel.
Oh, you're so generous. So did I mention that my daughter and her roommates just left on their vacation? They'll be gone for 5 days. Anyway, I notice we're always smiling at each other. So I was thinking, now that we have a little privacy, maybe sometime we could smile and talk, you know, over a glass of...
I do. I got a great idea for Gil's campaign. I'm making these bird feeders with his name on them to send around. And you think that's a dumb idea? And you feel like taking this bird feeder away from me and smashing it with this hammer. Like this.
What about us?
Blanche, this is the way baseball works. It's time for me to move on.
But we make such a great team.
We've had some good times, but I gotta do this.
Fine. Fine. You gotta move on? Move on. But let me tell you something, mister. I haven't taught you half of what I know.
See, wedding? Although we are registered at Neiman Marcus.
Well, you have pulled some stunts in your day, Clayton Hollingsworth, but this takes the cake. I cannot believe what I just heard. I refuse to have any part of this.
Oh, Blanche.
Oh,
Blanche!
Me your pearls, Ma. I need you to stay off my back.
What? What'd I do?
I am going out with a new man tonight, and he is not Italian.
oh, who is he, Dorothy?
Oh, his name is Glenn O'Brien.
Where'd you meet him?
His name is O'Brien, 2-to-1. She met him at a gin mill.
No, he's a teacher at the school where I... Sex, Rose. I am talking sex. We don't go to dinner. We don't go to the movies. We just go to bed, and it is terrific.
All that and cappuccino, too? Well, what's the problem?
He's your uncle, but you have to realize that we're both adults and capable of a caring, warm relationship.
How was the sex?
So good, we named it!
The evidence had melted. To this day, every time I pass an ice cream parlor or a tackle shop, I blush.
Look, Coach.
I'm going.
Want a cup of coffee?
Maybe I will have a cup of coffee.
Oh, good.
Rose, about last night, I should never have said anything.
Well, you only said what you were feeling. Well, I'm probably the most patient person you know. Go ahead, try to think of somebody else. I'll wait.
You tell me honestly, you don't think there's something lacking in this relationship?
No. I think you're a kind, generous, caring man. As far as this physical.
Hello, Pup.
I'm sorry, Derek.
Oh, that's all right. We British love dogs. It's children we can't stand.
Herring balls?
I'm sorry, Rose. I'm just sorry.
Where would you like to go on our honeymoon? I thought I'd surprise you and take you to Paris, but then I started thinking, maybe you don't like Paris. Maybe you'd rather cruise to the islands or visit the Orient.
Richard.
Oh, I just love the way that ring looks on you.
So do I.
2, you seldom bump your head. 3, the world thinks you're cute. You think Danny DeVito got to be famous with his good looks? There's nothing wrong with being small, kid, but it is wrong to cheat. If you learn in life to follow the rules and play fair, you'll be heads above the crowd. There's no room for it. You just scarfed down a bag of Chips Ahoy.
Why are you insulting me?
It's a defense mechanism. I guess it's to hide my feelings when I'm deeply upset.
Oh, well, I understand. In that case, I won't take it personally.
Thanks, you human mattress.
It was Rusty who pulled us all to safety. He even dashed back in the burning building to rescue Scruffy, our cat, whom he never really liked. Yes, sir, he was a real hero. Oh, if only he hadn't gone back in for the TB. He was a over there, over there. Send the word over there. That the Yanks are coming, the Yanks are
That is the lullaby that your mother sang to you?
Well, it was the only song she knew. During World War I.
You sing, don't you?
A little.
Great. How about some Irving Berlin? Blue skies, always.
Maybe some other time.
What'll I do?
D flat is good for me. What'll I do?
I'm not, Rose. I just want to do things right. You know, a nice honeymoon is expensive.
You know where I want to go?
Where?
Paris.
Rose, you know what round-trip bus tickets to Paris, Texas cost?
I mean, Paris, France.
France?
$8.
Dorothy, you owe me an apology. Your ad's right here.
Oh, Rose, this is the personals column.
So what?
So what? You put an ad in the personals column that said I will do anything for $8 an hour? Oh, look, it's right under an ad that really think I should do that?
Kick him out. I know it sounds hard and cruel, Dorothy, but I've been reading about that very thing. It's called rough love.
No, I think it's tough love.
Well, see there, now we've both come up with something we ought to try.
I'd like to inject some candor here. I'd also like to inject a tranquilizer dart into your backside. But my dart gun was confiscated after the incident with the trick-or-treaters. In my defense, it was dark and I was unaware of this Ninja Turtle craze. But I digress. So to be brief, Abby.
Ma, what are you doing up?
Disappointed, huh? If I'm up, that means I'm alive. And if I'm alive, it means you can't get your hands on my money.
What are you talking about?
You know about the will. You know if I die, you'll be on Easy Street. What did you do, Dorothy? Slip cyanide in?
Oh, Laszlo, just one more thing. You know that famous Picasso painting, Nude Woman Playing the Violin?
Well, of course.
Well, originally it was called Blanche Playing the Violin. Only it wasn't a violin. You think about that the next time you're standing around with your chisel in your hand.
Listen, sir, we don't want to give you any trouble here. You can have all our money.
No. I'm not here to rob anybody. I'm Santa's helper, for God's sakes. Give me a break.
What's this all about?
I came here because I want...
Thank you, Stan.
Blanche, would you care for something? Doesn't look like you're fighting the battle of the bulge.
Oh, ow. No, thank you, Stan.
Well then, I'd like to make a toast. Your attention, please, everybody. To my son-in-law and my daughter. May she be as happy with her new life mate as I am with mine.
Here. It was some treat. You made an old lady feel young again. You're okay.
We love you, Sophia.
Oh, we sure do. This is nice to die with friends. I'm gonna close my eyes now, but I'm only resting.
Oh, she wasn't the one who put the...
She joked about it. I laughed because I had to play along.
Well, I don't hate you, Sophia. I hate her, and I'm gonna get her back if it's the last thing I do.
Maybe the paper boy is right. I'm just a mean old lady. Who asked you? Picture it. Sicily, 1921. A beautiful young peasant girl saves her lira and takes a trip to Paris, the city of lights. Also, the only place a guy can wear a cape without getting a lot of funny looks. She won this.
Why is it so hard to believe that I am being chased by two men? Shut up, Blanche. Last week, I didn't have anything to do one night. Shut up, Ma. So I went to the dinner theater and I saw Lyle and Sonny in a production of Equus. Our sick.
You're right. Your family now, so now it's our home.
Rabbits. Gonna raise me some rabbits as big as your head.
Ma.
My heart is pounding in my ears. But then again, it always pounds in my ears. I could see the finish line. It was only 200-300 yards away. And then it happened. What every runner dreads. I hit the wall.
Ma, you ran out of steam.
No, I actually hit a wall.
Get out there and do it. Did you know that my sister Lily still holds the record at our high school for the 100-yard dash? She served 3 terms on the city council, and she was the first woman in St. Olaf's to ever have a pilot's license.
Oh, really? Well, we have something in common, Lily. I was the first woman in my hometown ever to have a pilot.
What's that for?
You'll need both hands to pray that he gets someone to give him 40.
Bid is 35. Going once.
Oh, no.
Going twice.
Please.
40,000.
Oh, thank God.
Going once. Going twice. So.
Oh, look, girls, here comes the painting. All right, now remember, 10,000 complaints so far.
Did you know that Gerald is afraid of clowns? Or that he can't go to the bathroom except at home?
Oh, so that's why there's that look on his face right before they get to the weather.
Just leave my dumpling alone, understand?
Here we go. Everyone settle. And go.
Guess what, Ma? I found some real Cecil. No, that's not it. Wait a minute. What is the line?
Guess what, Ma? I found some real good pizza, just like you used to get back in Sicily.
Sorry, now I know what the trouble.
Man in the bedroom.
Is that a Greek myth?
Get the door, Rose.
You.
Good morning.
Well, kid, what do you want?
I sent home for fighting over who had the cutest date for the prom.
I never got to go to the prom.
You're kidding? Why?
Well, I really wanted to go with Delbert Twitchell. He was the most gorgeous boy at our school. And he was captain of the Precision Combine Drill Team. Well, actually, I was so sure.
With unbridled ecstasy.
What are you doing tomorrow night?
I better get going. I've caused enough trouble.
Look, Eddie, can't we see each other occasionally just as friends?
It won't work. It's like trying to eat one potato chip.
Blanche, must you always be so cheerful, you empty-headed Mary Poppins knockoff?
Let me know if you notice anything.
Blanche, what's with you and Rose? Aha!
What a
You didn't hear that.
Actually, I was just trying to be polite. But since you brought it up, excuse you.
Ma, you didn't hear that. Now face it, you can't hear high frequencies.
Baby. Poor baby. This morning he was so full of life, and now he looks just terrible.
Rose, honey, don't torture yourself. Now, baby is very, very old. Whenever one of...
So I was hoping you could help me get comfortable on camera so I'll be ready when he gives me my assignment.
You know, Rose, that's not a bad idea. This'll be the camera. And let me see you interview Dorothy.
Oh.
Mama, you're acting silly. Sperm can't live outside the human body.
Does your mother know you're doing this for a living?
You know, I'm not so sure sperm can't live outside the body. Back during World War...
I've had a very rough day. The only scalper I could find had funny things moving in his hair. And he wanted to bargain in a dark alley.
So what seats did you get?
I didn't get any tickets. I didn't think it was exactly safe.
I can't believe you were such a baby. In Sicily, we did all our bargaining in dark alleys. How do you think I ended up with your father?
Your father was a wonderful man, Kirsten. Kind and warm and caring and never willing to let a friend or a neighbor struggle through hard times alone. But he was also the worst businessman to ever balance a checkbook.
But you always told us how successful...
What is it this time, Stanley? Whoopee cushions for the hearing impaired?
It's not a novelty, it's a Zborny.
What's a Zborny?
I put up with it for 38 years, Rose. You don't want to know.
It's not that, Dorothy. I just used the same name.
I don't know why you want that man. He's treated you like dirt. And even that I could overlook if he had a good body.
Look, Blanche, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but my mind is made up. I love Stanley. I want to be with him, and I am very sorry about Catherine.
What on earth is suddenly so wonderful?
There you are.
You're wise. You're just wise.
Oh, good, you're both here. Listen, I interviewed a very sweet lady on the phone to be our roommate, and she'll be here soon. So when she...
Buzz off.
I'll spot you 25 points.
Oh, man.
Always something interesting happening at the beach. But then again, I've always been a beach person. Not my Salvador,
Salvador?
my husband.
You have a husband?
Departed, I told you about him. Anyway, Salvador hated the beach. He said too many people peed in the ocean. What about...
Have you ever looked at fire? I mean, really looked at it? It's beautiful. And it's also amazing.
Yes, Blanche.
I just wanted to hear it out loud before I had another bowl of ice cream.
I have an idea. Let's go out to dinner and celebrate Valentine's Day ourselves. Just because we don't have dates doesn't mean we can't have a good time.
It doesn't?
Rose is right. I mean, this is hardly a disaster. We're not the only women in the world.
Talks. And then I remembered she left, thanks to you, Dorothy.
You had late night talks with my mother?
All the time.
And she gave you hard candy?
No. I'd ask, but she was always afraid I'd choke on it.
You just gotta get her.
I have to let it out. I'd like to teach the world to sing perfect harmony.
Like to hold it in our arms and keep it company. Hey, how about a Mai Tai?
Oh, where have you been?
You remember when Rose said...
Blanche, not now.
If not now, when?
Blanche Devereaux. Wait. You haven't established a motive.
You want a motive? I'll give you a motive. That woman gave Kendall her room key. I saw her do it. Her plan was to seduce him to...
Ma, that is not funny.
Are you kidding? It's a riot. I pulled once on Old Man Peterson after we saw Psycho at the home. They had said he would never walk again. I'm gonna pack.
Sophia, wait, isn't there anything we can do to make you stay?
Nothing. My mind's made up. I'm leaving in the morning.
Oh.
What do you mean?
I mean, that part wasn't in my dream. That means the dream's broken. We're going back to Miami. We're going to be all right.
Not me. Well, you two faced your fears. Dorothy got on the plane. You faced your dream. I didn't give my speech.
Give it now. Yeah. Yes. Go on. Now, you wrote it. You give it. Go on. You can do it. I have to tell you something. It's just so hard. I don't know how to tell you, except I guess just straight out.
What?
Well, Elliot made...
He didn't call, he didn't come home. It's not like that. I've got to go find him. Could have gotten mugged. He could be lying out in a gutter somewhere, bleeding to death. It's worse than I thought.
And what does that do to the morale of our boys overseas?
Good news, girls. I've gained 4 pounds. Well, each week you get a motherless girl and be her pal. You know, help her with her homework and take her to movies and have dinner together.
Now, that's very interesting. Maybe I could get involved with that.
You, Blanche.
Sure. Why, nothing would be more satisfying than to be of loving service to a lonely, motherless child.
Phil had great taste. That's one of the things I loved about him the most from the beginning. His sense of style. You know, we were married for 26 years. And my family still talks about that wedding dress. God, I wish I could wear a plunging neckline like that.
Miss Sophia Petrillo.
Abutting navigable waters. I don't believe that this court has any jurisdiction.
That sounds legal to me. Counselor, your last day has been a good one. Case dismissed.
Said about Blanche?
Yes, Ma.
Tell her a cockamamie banquet is for her and get it over with.
I can't. I was sworn to secrecy. Hi, Blanche.
Eat dirt and die, trash.
Just hold it right there, Blanche.
Look, you stay out of this, Ma.
That banquet you're so mad about?
You know, that popcorn reminds me of Rex's drive-in out at the lake. You remember the night my date and I parked right next to you and your date? Pretty soon it got to be a contest who could fog up whose car the fastest. I think you won.
You weren't doing too badly considering.
Yes? Yes, she does. It's the police. There's been an accident.
You promised me you wouldn't drive alone.
Take a while to warm up, but once I get going, I can turn your topsoil till the cows come home.
Rose, please.
Want to see some Polaroids of me in my tennis skirt?
Look, Rose, I'm flattered, and please no offense, but you're just not my type.
But Blanche was.
Use vodka and black underwear like everyone else.
Can we just get this over before I lose my nerve?
Marguerite, I hate to interrupt your work, but we have to talk to you.
Yeah, but before we do, I just want you to know that Tootie is my favorite on The Facts of Life.
Right. Miles and I are in such a rut. It was never like that with Charlie.
You want to talk about a rut? Try spending 3 nights in a row with this one.
Ma, I thought you liked the lunar landing jigsaw puzzle.
Sure, Pussycat. It makes whatever time I have left seem so much longer.
I hate to admit it, but...
All the way here from the dealership. I'm
exhausted. We're going to have to take a cab.
Hold your horses. We got something to talk about. First of all, how did you rob that bank?
It was a magnificent heist. I moved with cat-like precision.
Rocco, you're in big trouble.
Damn it, there is just nothing funny about that clown-fearing mama's boy.
He is not a mama's boy, and to prove it, he has agreed to bring his mother over here tomorrow afternoon so he can stand up to her in front of me.
Good for you, Blanche. But if confronting Mrs. Kennedy doesn't work, the three of you must...
St. Olaf has been using moose ever since I can remember. Of course, it's his own professional secret which part of the moose he uses. But it'll keep your hair in place in winds up to 130 miles an hour.
I just don't believe you, Rose.
Give him a little responsibility. He might even start feeling good about himself.
And start hating me if I ask him to do all this.
Now listen, Blanche, you do what is best for David, not what is easiest for you.
We had chores on the farm, both boys and girls. And when we'd finished, we had such a feeling of accomplishment.
Well, Dorothy, I guess we're sleeping together tonight.
Ma, I have a better idea. In my suitcase, there are 2 tickets to Aruba. I think Stan owes us a little vacation, don't you?
Aruba! I love Aruba! Where's Aruba?
What was the last thing that you remember before that fire?
Meatloaf. 9 days in a row.
There are only witnesses dead. That ought to work in our favor.
Dorothy, that hot plate was mine. I made s'mores all the time. I hate...
I think I'll just stick around.
What the heck? That car will still be there tomorrow.
Boy, this is depressing. Girls, let's go cruising.
Hey, I know a place where guys wrestle naked in the mud.
Sauce.
Ah, my old kitchen.
Yeah, and there are the potholders Grandma made, your pasta maker. The pantry. Remember what Pop kept behind the pantry door?
Yeah, he carved a giant heart that said, Sal loves Sophia.
No, Ma, it was our height measurements. He kept track of them on the back.
I always am. Still, she must be worried by now.
Rose, my daughter's dead. She passed away some time ago. I go to the cemetery on Mother's Day. It was always such a special day for the two of us. I like to pretend it's still.
Why, Rose Nyland. Why, that cake is in the shape of...
Blanche, we know what it is.
I thought it was in the shape of Florida. Stop the watch.
Oh, come on. Now, what is going on? Why are you guys on this sudden exercise kick?
The Harlan twins have asked Rose and me to spend next weekend with them.
Cruising in the Bahamas.
Oh, so you're trying to lose weight.
Oh, more than lose weight, Dorothy. We're giving ourselves a total makeover.
Good God. Dorothy Zbornak has a date on a Saturday night and Blanche Devereaux does not? That sounds like an idea for a Stephen King book.
Well, I wasn't going to tell you who I'm going out with tonight because I thought it might hurt your feelings. But I realize now that's a plus.
Did all that stuff come out of your purse?
No, I was also cleaning out my ears. That's where the phenom in the rain bonnet came from.
Sophia, why are you in such a bad mood?
Forgive me, Rose, but I haven't had sex in 15 years and it's starting to get on my nerves.
You're not serious, Blanche.
Oh, sure I am. Breasts are back in fashion. And what God didn't give me, Dr. Myron Rosenzweig will. Oh, that man is the Picasso of plastic surgeons.
Well, just be sure he doesn't attach one of them to your forehead.
Dorothy, where's my heating pad?
How should I know?
If this isn't it, I'd like to know what other electrical appliance you're using under that blanket.
There we are, Sophia. The perfect after-dinner treat. A nice date.
Do not have a date.
So what? I don't have a date either.
What's your point?
So, what do you want to do tonight?
I guess we could be constructive and clean our closets.
We could go to a movie.
I went to Grader's with you.
Sure you did. I'll never forget it. I mean, you had your hair in braids, you wore a pink bathrobe.
Pink? With a little lace trim?
Yes.
And matching slippers?
Yes.
Ham! That wasn't me, that was my sister Virginia.
You can't. That was Virginia. How could I forget that?
Blanche? Oh, hi. I found this picture of your mother and father. What do you want me to do with it?
Mrs. Bornak?
Mrs. Petrillo?
Terrific idea.
Oh, what's that?
Well, I've been reading and rereading Isaac's letters, and I've finally decided to tell him I want to meet him. But you said you wouldn't. Well, I know what I said, but that was because I never believed I'd find such a special man.
What makes you think he's special? Oh, it was a terrible time for me. You know, I'd gone on an eating binge when Stan left, and I'd put on quite a bit of weight. Plus, I was not a 20-year-old. You know, when you're 20, no matter what you do, everything stays where it's supposed to. Now, when you lean over, it looks like somebody's let the air out of your face.
Oh, no! Oh, they've come to tow away our Mercedes.
Oh, now I am really depressed. I never even got a chance to ride in it. Boy, what a great idea.
Isn't it luxurious?
And the engine's so quiet.
The Mangiacavallo.
So?
Let her tell the story. When I was 14 in Sicily, my father arranged a marriage with a neighbor's son. My dowry was 2 chickens, a ladle, and a goat to be named later.
We came from a wealthy family. Starting Tuesday. And Blanche is busy with her granddaughter, and Rose is... Well, I think a nurse is the way to go.
I don't need a nurse. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself.
Oh, really? Then why have you been running me ragged doing things for you?
Honestly, it tickles me.
Look, Ma, I'm hiring...
Asses are made to bear, and so are you.
Women are made to bear, and so are you.
No such jade as me, you with me, you mean.
Okay. I've heard enough.
Well, Marguerite, I guess we just let our superstitions get the best of us, and I think we owe you an apology.
No, I owe you an apology. Because you're right, I'm a lousy housekeeper. I feel like such a silly goose. Oh, Sophia, did they deliver my new bed?
Yeah, and they were here all day setting it up.
All day for that simple little bed?
Simple. I haven't seen so much brass since the brass knuckle at RV show at the Palermo Hilton.
I don't believe it, they delivered the wrong bed.
Blanche, do you think...
Not now.
Rose, you're just incredible on Miami Vice trivia. I've never met anyone so smart.
Ed, for a policeman, you've led a very sheltered life.
Come on, everybody, we're going home.
I just put popcorn in the microwave.
Listen, Ed, I'm sorry. You're a nice guy, but I have to go.
And just stay out of it.
I can't do that.
Let me tell you a story. Sicily, 1912. Picture this. 2 young girls, best friends, who shared 3 things. A pizza recipe, some dough, and a dream. Everything is going great until one day...
The crooked plumbers?
Lady, what are you trying to say?
Get out.
All right. I guess you ladies are going into your feminist phase a little late in life. And I'll go. You'll call me back. You know why? Because as we say in the plumbing game...
The nerve of that man, trying to intimidate us.
What do you think, Blanche? Am I through with my cycle?
Well, I'd say menopause is a pretty good guess. You're about as puffy as the Pillsbury Doughboy.
I was talking about my exercycle.
Reason why you thought the book was about you. My God, you're right. Oh, except for that part, of course, where Vixen is terrified of losing her looks and growing old alone. I have never felt like that.
Of course, me neither. That's what makes it fiction.
What's that smell?
I don't smell anything.
Are you wearing something?
A little Bengay on my knees. A little Vicks on my chest. A little deep heat on my neck.
Sophia, have you all had a chance to catch up on old times?
Yeah, Angela filled me in on how all my friends and family back home are doing.
How is everybody, Angela?
Dead. Angela and I are the only two left of the original family. It's plant food.
It still doesn't feel right.
Let me tell you a story. Picture it. Sardinia, 1932.
I thought these stories of yours always took place in Sicily.
Can a person go away for the weekend?
Dorothy, do you think this looks alluring and yet nurse-like?
I don't know, Blanche. Maybe the earrings put it over the top.
Oh, no, I did that for the baby. They love shiny things. Listen, maybe you two ought to...
Long trip. I remember one time Daddy took the whole family cross state on our tractor to visit great-grandfather Zigbarton. Great-grandpa Ziggy was a famous inventor. He developed the first, and to my knowledge, the only low-voltage meter that could detect what kind of a center a piece of candy had.
It cost more than the original down payment on my first house.
In Sicily, beds were dirt cheap. Of course, it was because you slept on dirt. Just an observation. If my name were Mark Twain, you'd be writing this stuff down.
Girls, you won't believe what happened to me this afternoon.
Well, now, isn't that sweet? But, honey, with all those people, there's no way you're ever going to get the Pope to notice you.
Oh, he'll notice me.
I'm home.
Oh, Rose, happy.
Sweet kid, she'll understand.
I tried that. She said no.
What do you mean?
She's not a sweet kid anymore. She's holding Fernando for ransom.
Come on.
Dorothy, she sent me one of his ears.
Partner.
Oh, of course, no. Joe Mama's with IBM.
Are you gonna take Rose to that dirty picture place?
Yep. I'm just sorry I didn't think of it in time to have her...
And Marv and I were talking, and you know how persuasive he can be. And he said that I should... And I thought that, well, he's the lawyer, and that's what I'm paying him for, so why don't you?
Why don't I what?
Just sign. It's nothing big. It's a little prenuptial...
Take it easy, ladies. Don't get your support hose in a knot.
That does it. The party is over. Everybody out. 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 Not you. Out. It's really been lovely. And if anything is missing, I will give your names to every narc in this city. Oh. What, Ma?
I always thought of us as the Gabors.
Well, I'm glad we had this little chat.
No. Hear me out. I'm Jolie, the mother. Your sister Gloria, she's Zsa Zsa. And Ava, well, Ava was, of course, your brother Phil.
Woman had a heart attack.
It wasn't massive.
Girls, does this look okay?
Oh, fine. A little overdressed for a quiet evening at home.
Oh, Blanche, didn't you hear Rose has a date?
A date?
Yes. I met him briefly at the counseling center, and he asked me out to dinner.
You just made a bid.
How?
You did this.
I have 35, thank you. Who will give me the...
Great. Dorothy.
Relax, Blanche. It's only $30.
Oh, it's $30,000.
$30,000 just for doing
I
that?
have 35. Who'll give me 40?
What did you do?
Well, I'm very happy to report that this year's variety show is really coming along. And the first thing I'd like to discuss, yes, Frida?
I heard that ticket sales are not going very well. I heard that you have not been able to find any good talent, and I heard that Kent
Could I come in? I felt so safe with you.
Listen, I felt safe with you when you were 3.
And you always used to smell from a Midnight in Paris perfume.
Better than this, huh?
It sure was nice.
It still is.
Said presentation is very important. Oh, whenever I saw you coming down the hall with that ceramic bowl and a paintbrush, I'd run and hide under my bed and cry. Then you'd rub some on my doll. House while I pick up Angela.
Whatever you say.
Ma, get away from the back door.
You got eyes in the back of your head or what?
Oh, why can't you just relax and enjoy your surprise?
Because the last surprise I got was when I walked in on your cousin Vito parading around on my girdle. Fella's getting out. Gee, that's gonna be rough. I bet after 10 years in the jug, he's gonna be pretty short on foreplay.
Come in.
Hi.
Hi. We used to have the most wonderful ones back home. I can remember sitting out under a big old tree with the Darcy triplets, Hank, Bo, and Dove, eating and talking and laughing. And then long towards the end of the meal, why the boys always got into a fight over who was going to get to lick the barbecue sauce from my fingertips and kiss away the little droplet of butter that always...
But of course you can, sweetheart. You're just a little nervous.
They always get this way before the talent portion. My Clarice still gets butterflies before she twirls her fire batons.
Fire scares me.
But I just remind her that Mommy is right off stage with a big bucket of baking soda.
What business did you have inviting my sister to live here?
Ma, what are you talking about? You're the one who invited her to live in Miami.
Yeah, Miami the city, not Miami my house.
Am I missing something?
You don't know Angela like I do. All my life, she always wanted whatever I had, even if she didn't want it. She'll live here a while, see how nice I have it, she'll try to muscle in.
Oh,
Which sister is this, Rose?
My younger sister, Holly. Frankly, I'm not too happy about it. This is a terrible thing to say, but I don't really like her. We haven't gotten along since we were kids.
I figured it was the first time. It's been 15 years since he died. Huh? Boy, he must have been something.
This may sound silly, but it's true. I felt I would be unfaithful to Charlie if I slept with you.
Rose, it's not silly.
If I like him, I give him the wrong directions. Have any visitors today?
Mom and Dad were by this morning. They brought comic books.
I never let my boy Phil read comic books. Of course, when he was 16, we shared an underwear drawer.
Did you bring me anything today?
It's an ancient recipe, but I Americanized it.
yeah, so one might say you brought Geflerkenerken into the 80s?
Yes, but I'm not one to blow my own Vertuvenflugen.
I can't even reach mine.
This is my seat. You're sitting in my seat.
Excuse me, I didn't know your 80-year-old butt was so sensitive.
I sit in this seat every day. You got no right sitting in my seat.
Relax, I'm moving.
You're always doing this kind of thing. You're never thinking about anybody but yourself.
What are you talking about?
Thank you.
Damn, I'm good. Jimmy, Jimmy, I just want to make sure that you're okay. Do I have to play hardball? David Dellinger.
You? What made you think I was dead?
If Mel Bushman doesn't answer my call, then something must be wrong. You weren't there when I needed you. You're always there when I need you.
Well, when you deliver such services, every once in a while a man's got to take a vacation.
All that matters now is you're alive. You're alive.
Supposed to do. It wasn't some colossal joke, you know. I mean, didn't you think it was a ridiculous thing to do the first time?
No. Well, I certainly didn't wait for my wedding night, honey. I could.
Not that part, Rose. Anyway, spending time with Stan made me see something that I hadn't realized.
He dyes the hair in his ears. I noticed that month out Rose.
He knew that she came from St. Olaf. I mean, everything else, Rose probably volunteered. You know her. A stranger says hello, and suddenly he's hearing the life story of Uncle Fingerbinger and his 30-pound rutabaga.
Then this is all just a scam to bilk Rose out of some money?
Absolutely. Until you move to Miami, currently seeking work in the private sector. Voila! This is the resume of a potential hospital administrator.
Well, I don't know if I can pull it off, but I'm...
We'll tell you what's wrong with us if you tell us what's wrong with you.
That really won't be fair, will it, Stan? I mean, now they know what's wrong with us.
Well, Dorothy, the sooner we do this, the sooner you're rid of me.
What about what you said last night?
If you had let me finish my thought, Colonel Gaddafi, you might have understood. I said I thought this kind of relationship was wrong for you.
Well, it's not.
Dorothy, I'm your mother. I know you. You're a loving and sensitive person. But this isn't going to be enough someday. You'll be...
Now, what the hell is going on?
Let me tell you something I've never told a living soul. When I was unconscious, hovering between life and death, I began a journey toward a great white light. Along the way were all the people who went before me. I saw my parents. I saw your father. I saw the Ritz brothers. I love Chinese checkers much better than plain checkers. And chopsticks, what a great idea. Who knows what fork to use at a dinner party? Chopsticks, you don't feel like an idiot.
Ma, enough! Dr. Chang, please.
Well, I think that you are sick. I think you have something...
Surgery? You mean heart bypass?
Yeah, the doctor says the problem's been brewing for years. I don't understand it. I always exercise, eat healthy.
Oh, please. Your idea of healthy eating is taking the skin off a knockwurst.
Whatever. He says I don't have a choice anymore. Oh, Dorothy.
Oh, come on. They say we're young and we don't know. We won't find out until we grow.
I don't know if all that's true, but you got me, and baby, I got you. And then, you're gonna love this. Dom DeLuise takes me by the arm and insists I tell Bert the story.
Sophia, I don't want to hear any more about it.
Not even the part when Bert and Dom insisted I repeat the story to Lonnie Anderson?
You're seeing, Glenn? I don't want to hear about
Well,
it.
I don't want to talk about it. Good night.
Good night.
What are you doing up so late?
I was hungry. I was making myself a sandwich. Do you want one?
No, thanks. We went out to dinner.
Oh, that? I'm married again. I'd want a picture of my new husband. And the candlesticks Mama gave me.
Rose,
And
it's a coffin, not a condo.
this is a very depressing conversation.
Well, I want a fancy funeral. I want a big parade with a riderless horse. My fingers to the bone 12 hours a week at the museum. Picasso on your left, snack bar downstairs. It's a wonder I'm not an alcoholic.
What I meant was, how about working for me? I'm swamped with this project for Enrique Mas, and there is money for an assistant.
Tell me more.
Well, we're compiling statistics on...
Same things. I've missed you.
You missed me so much you haven't called me in a week?
Sophia, sit down. I picked up that phone 100 times, but I just couldn't make that call. I haven't told anyone I love them since my wife.
Just what are you trying to imply?
Slut trash?
Now, girls, settle down before you say something you'll both regret.
You know what her problem is?
Funeral.
Yeah, but Pop wasn't.
Of course not. He hated your Uncle Mario. Everyone hated your Uncle Mario. That's how he died. 23 stab wounds during a block party, and nobody saw a thing.
Pop left a scared, sick 5-year-old all alone at the hospital, said he had to go to work.
Find him. All we need is a logical plan. You go check out the attic, and I'll look around outside in case he wandered off.
Good. I feel better now. At least we have a plan.
Oh, no, I'm good for it. Listen, there's a horse that looks good to me at Hialeah today. Salisbury Shrew. In the second race, make it 100.
Let's go, Dorothy.
Oh, I've got to go. Thanks, Frank.
That's great. Do you do any other insects?
Well, I do a grasshopper that... Nah, you can't do it on TV.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Davy Cricket. And now let's...
Rose, what does the letter say?
You read it, Dorothy. I need both hands to cover my ears in case it's bad news.
Dear St. Olafian, I'm afraid there's bad news.
What?
There's a drought in St. Olaf which threatens the crops.
Oh, no.
Because I was so beautiful. Anyway, she said...
I don't find peacocks so beautiful. They've got skinny necks. And they shriek.
It doesn't matter, Rose.
And they attack chickens.
I don't care about chickens, Rose. She didn't call me chicken. She called me peacock. Girls, don't you just love our hotel?
Oh, it's so much nicer than those big chains. How did you find it, Blanche?
Well, it was in our price range, and it was near the beach, and it had the most men hanging out in the lobby.
I think we better go. We don't want to keep Bert waiting.
Wait a minute now.
Get shouted back at that bunch of galoop.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I get so flustered in those situations.
Hey, a well-chosen gesture can be very effective. Learn something like this.
Who don't have dates on Valentine's Day. Ma, you want to join us?
I can't. I have a date.
You do?
She's making that up to annoy us.
No, I'm not. I have a date.
What's his name?
I can't tell you.
Have I met him?
No, he's from out of...
Oh, yeah. Do you think it's easy to be cheerful around you two? You know how many of these stinking hot toddies I have to drink to keep on a happy face? Well, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm not speaking to either of you.
And I'm not speaking to you either.
Me neither to either of you.
Five.
I couldn't sleep. I was afraid I'd have that dream again. What are you two doing up?
Well, I'm waiting up for Clayton. I want to make sure he had a good time tonight. My brother and I are very close.
Oh, that's sweet, Blanche.
Evening, ladies.
Well, Clayton, huh? I've done it for so long now, I don't know if I can get by without it.
Well, maybe this is a good time to start.
Rose is right. Listen, you're going to get an A in that class. We're going to help you do it. And as far as that professor is concerned, you should report him immediately.
You think I should?
Absolutely. You know, when I first started teaching, the school...
It's okay. Look, you can hardly see it anymore.
Oh, let me introduce my friends. This is Rose and Blanche.
Oh, what a charming old world couple. Welcome to Miami.
Ma questo mi sembra una donna di strada.
Oh, Stan, they're beautiful. They're just absolutely beautiful, but I mean, it's too much.
I know. I can't believe how expensive roses got since the last time I sent them to you.
Yeah, well, everything's gotten more expensive since Truman left office. Stan, listen, we really have to talk about last night.
We sure do.
Conquest. I was going to use you.
Use me. Use me.
Goodbye, Ham. If you leave now, we can still have our memories.
I'll trade all my memories for a quickie.
Beat it, Tubbo. I am conducting a phone survey regarding health care for the elderly. May I ask your age? Well, that's not so old. And what's your general health? Well, that's good. What would you say is your annual income? Oh, that's very good.
Affected your non-rolling meatball?
Hey, just because you have a chin doesn't mean you're Jay Leno.
Ooh, what smells so good in here besides me?
Lasagna alla Sofia. I made it for the Daughters of Italy cooking contest. All right.
Gee, I hope Marguerite likes champagne.
Champagne. Don't you think we may be going a little overboard with this?
Dorothy, remember the Crow Man.
Do we have any caviar to go with this champagne?
Oh, that must be... Oh, girls, I'm scared.
Now, just take a deep breath and relax.
Oh, I see your point. Well, what about this? Miami is nice, so I'll say it thrice.
Right, who the hell says thrice?
It's a word.
So is interuterine.
Yeah. Like with a roast at the Friars Club.
It was just a joke.
Do you really think that's all it is?
Of course.
Well, maybe you're...
Rose, you cannot go on this way. I mean, life isn't worth living if you're going to live it with this kind of fear. Now, honey, we were robbed. It's scary, but it happens. And now it's over. And the robbers are gone.
I know that. I know it's over. I know they're gone.
What is it now?
Habit.
Give me that. Listen, Ma, I've made a decision. I think we're going to have to get a nurse to take care of you until you're well.
A nurse? Why can't you take care of me?
Normally I would, but I have that education conference.
Along just great. It was my escort who turned out to be the dud. Next time, I'm going to date both brothers before I give one away.
Hi.
Hi, I hear you had a great time tonight.
It was the best. I haven't laughed so much or acted so silly since I was a teenager. You know what we did? Yeah, well, that's an ugly hat.
Rose, nobody's having a good time. It's supposed to be a party.
Well, maybe when Sophia makes her entrance, it'll perk things up.
Oh, everybody, here's Myrtle. Oh, Myrtle, thank goodness you got here. You're just the person we need.
Dorothy, it was great. Thanks for the hospitality. Sophia, girls, take care.
Stan, just a minute. I'd like to talk to you.
Well, sure, okay.
Now, let's go where we can have some privacy. You're
her milk chocolate.
Oh, that's the loveliest trophy I've ever seen. I'm gonna get a knife.
Rose, there is no way that we can tell you how proud of you we are.
Sure there is. Congratulations, Rose Nyland. You are St. Olaf's Woman of the Year.
Raise my daughter. You have no idea what I'm going through.
I gotta get out of here.
Don't worry about the dog. He's just playing.
Yeah, right. What did you do with Ida?
Samson.
Fred, what Ma was trying to say is that you can't...
Oh, it's just that was the first time that had ever happened in 18 years of married life.
Get out of here.
You mean to say that every night, without... She'll be thrilled to see you, too. Yeah, she's standing right here. Hold on.
Dorothy, you were magnificent.
Oh, you certainly were. How did you do it?
I just kept telling myself that once he was here, he'd be close enough to kill. Didn't know.
I have this recurring fantasy. Take me, Alex, take me now, I tell him. And he says to me, Blanche, in the form of a question.
Wow, what a tough day. I really need somebody.
Girls,
Blanche, what's wrong?
my handsome soldier from last night is a pharmacist. A name tag wearing, pill counting, thank you, come again, sorry, we don't validate pharmacists.
Well, if he doesn't validate, get rid of him.
That is Sonny Bono. He's a major television star.
Boy, you have been gone a long time.
Blanche, I know you're shocked and that this has caused you incredible pain.
Yeah, you might say that.
Now, I didn't do it to be cruel. It may seem cowardly, but I...
Incessantly. Rose, I come over in the morning and you hum as you're cleaning the house.
It's free music, Miles. I think you'd like that.
God forbid we get into an elevator where there's music.
You made your point. I hum.
Boy, do you hum.
Listen, Scrooge.
Hey, Scrooge?
No, wait. Dorothy, have you made a decision?
Yes, I have made a decision. Sonny, I think that Lyle is the sweetest, kindest man I have ever met. And what you have done here is a totally underhanded, inexcusable abuse of power. Oh, Sonny, the power!
But Dorothy...
Honey, there are no holes in it.
I know. That's because they're all in your head. Now listen, I cannot live in a house with a gun.
Dorothy, don't overreact. Rose, good. You get a gun, you kill him.
Kill him, we'll have a dead gardener. Now listen, Rose, this has gone too far.
Okay. All we've done is fight for the last 3 weeks. What do you say we call a truce?
Okay, a truce.
Oh, hi. Hi, Tony.
You know him?
Know him? He's my boyfriend.
That's my new roommate.
Grandma upstairs. And is it such a leap of faith to believe that Ma was in the white light? Why am I making it such a crusade not to believe either one of them? What, am I just an ostrich with its head in the ground?
I think the thing that really turned her around was when I told her that when it comes to men, I'm just a lot of talk. Embellishment's one of the oldest traditions in the South. Tall tales and tall drinks. I don't really sleep around near as much as I say I do.
Is that true, Blanche?
Maybe it...
Rose, are you still in there? This is crazy. Look, I talked to the purser. Another cabin is available and...
To leave and you didn't take it. And now I have to kill you. I'm probably doing you a favor. I mean, what kind of life are you having? What, you hang around sewers, you eat garbage? That's not living, honey. It's hidden honeymoon hideaway in the Poconos.
Where every cottage is April in Paris.
And every bathroom, Calcutta in July.
Do you remember how I convinced you to let me back into bed?
No.
I've got a crush on you.
I'm worried about you.
Oh, Rose, you'd be worried if you couldn't find anything to worry about. And stop pouting. I was only teasing.
How did you know I was pouting?
You always pout when I tease you.
Always?
Always. You're a pouter, Rose. A pouter and a worrier.
Well, maybe you're right, but
Mrs. Petrillo, you're under arrest.
Well, all's well that ends well.
What?
It's the title of a Shakespeare play.
Well, Rose, nothing is well and nothing has ended.
That's going around. Cranky. Would it be under anything else?
Try
Blanche. Oh, come on, girl. Now let's put on a happy face. We'll get better much faster. My cousin Dennis was a perfect example of that. When he was 16 years old, he caught his sideburns in the hay baler. They hate me?
Oh, yeah. Now, here's Buster back.
Well, you told me you were an animal lover, and I thought maybe I could replace your loss.
Well, I didn't need a replacement. You see, I had my parakeet. Or I used to have him until you sent that cat from hell into our lives.
You don't mean...
Yeah, I don't...
Stay. Now, that check better be on my desk tomorrow, or you will regret it, believe me. Understand? All right. I'll talk to you later, Dad. Oh, well, what have we decided?
You passed, John.
Fine. I'll do what I can.
Well, goodbye.
Ma, we...
Introducing himself, and I don't know, I was still so stunned, I just kind of half muttered a howdy do. And he said, I beg your pardon, I didn't hear you. Well, I don't know what came over me, but I just blurted out, didn't hear me? I think you could pick up Radio Free Europe with those.
See him? Banana boat time. He's talking to himself.
He is not. He's wearing dentures and they just keep slipping.
Sure, right.
And most of all, I vow that my marriage to my beloved Dorothy will
As God is my witness in front of this entire congregation, I call an end to this wedding here and now.
Sophia, this is only the rehearsal.
It is? Marvelous. Now get the hell out of my room.
Ma, Dennis had an affair. What he did was terrible. How can she forgive him?
Dorothy, please, let me go back to sleep. I was in the middle of a dream where I was held captive on a desert island by Cesar Romero in a loincloth.
Ma, Kate and I had a fight. I have to talk. My daughter in New York, she had one of those walk-up apartments, 5 flights up. Oh, it got harder and harder each year to climb those stairs. And finally, one year, I couldn't make it without stopping. Oh, it depressed me for weeks.
Oh, my God. Is that what I have to look forward to 15 years from now?
Here, I brought you this.
Because you're sorry?
Because I'm thirsty and I figured you might be too.
Whatever.
They're really quite a pair, aren't they?
Excuse me?
My father and your mother.
With Mrs. Claxton in it.
Oh, Blanche, now you were dreaming.
I am telling you, this house is possessed by her spirit.
Morning.
Oh, Sophia, listen. Last night in the middle of the night, about 2 a.m, did you hear some awful, terrible, ghastly sounds?
Heard him. I made him. There's a reason they put expiration dates on cottage cheese. My kingdom, my name isn't Sophia Pahawkins.
Excuse me.
Rose, what the hell is going on?
It's more than that, Ma. I'm talking about my school's project to get kids to read during spring vacation. We're putting on a series of plays based on favorite children's stories. And guess what? I have just been made producer of the first grade production.
This is all you have, Dorothy Swan.
And Angela, where did you get this chicken?
The garage.
I guess this means no live entertainment with dessert.
Why don't you tell the boys and girls how you gave Mr. Terrific the axe?
A cartoon, that's right. Here we go.
You're clear.
Oh, that's it, I'm finished.
Dorothy, calm down. Things are going very well.
Very well, they were trying to kill me out there. They want Mr. Terrific back, and so do I.
Make it fast, 10 words or less.
All right, but your curiosity is going to be so piqued you'll beg for more.
Just spit it out, Rose. When was it a man refused to sleep with you?
The time I was radioactive.
How about you, Sophia?
Well, there was that time.
Want to go with you? Hey, Dorothy, I look out that window and I see the happy couples walking by, people walking into the supermarket. God, you want me to get on a bus and go see a counselor? I can't even shop for my own food. What I wouldn't give just to make my own dinner once.
For instance, I'm tolerating this evening with Rose and Blanche because of my friendship with you.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
Well, look, let's not make a big thing out of this. Obviously, we can't go to the Mortimer Club, so we'll go to another restaurant.
Boy, did I misjudge you. You know, Blanche and Rose were right.
Rose, she is the surprise.
Oh. Now, they haven't seen each other since Angela moved back to Sicily 30 years ago.
Oh, that's a wonderful surprise.
Now, look, I'm going to need your help. I want you to help set up the party and keep Ma out of the...
Thank you.
Damn, I'm good. With it. Do what the rest of us do. Buy frozen Geflugenblugen.
Oh, I could never serve store-bought candied herring. Oh, besides, I have my own special recipe. I use Red Hots for the eyes. Killer now. So, what's new at home?
Oh, I did get a chance to go into your bedroom, Sophia, and there's just no way I'll be able to refund your cleaning deposit.
Totally understandable. I'll see you in court, my child.
Sophia!
Mother Superior, this is my daughter Dorothy and my ex-roommates.
Hello. I don't know why you want that man. He's treated you like dirt. And even that I could overlook if he had a good body.
Look, Blanche, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but my mind is made up. I love Stanley, I want to be with him, and I am very sorry about Catherine.
What on earth is suddenly so wonderful?
Remember, Dorothy, you need to grab $500 to beat the blue team and get a chance at what's behind the window. Ready? She's all ready to grab that dough!
It's product testing. I will give you a test to do at home. You will bring in the results and I will see how you do. But I must warn you, both Enrique Mas and Enrique Mas demand that the results be accurate in every detail.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Moss.
You could call me Enrique.
No, I don't think I can.
Look, Mr. Feinbaum's totally naked in his bedroom window.
That is the third time we caught you cheating. Ma, you're out of the game.
Hey, give me a break. When you're 80, you're allowed to cheat, just like you're allowed to take money out of your daughter's purse.
Whoops.
Was that the phone?
There.
Why? What happened?
They fired me. And it's all her fault.
Fired you? How could they fire Mr. Terrific?
How? I'll tell you how. The newly hired...
So sorry, let's talk about me then.
Blanche, Rose did something absolutely incredible tonight. There was a robbery at the dog show. Ma and I were held hostage. Rose was the only reporter there.
Well, shoot. I missed everything. Let's see the tape.
Okay.
Right, everybody set?
Oh, excuse me, but where is Mr. Trebek?
Lady, I've worked here 11 years and I haven't met him. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's begin.
Hello, I'm Dorothy. I'm Sophia's daughter.
Augustine Bagatelli.
Oh. Well, I'm sure you two have a great deal to catch up on. Nice to have met you. Oh, Ma, I'll be right here in the kitchen in case he gets fresh. Sorry.
Not really nuns.
We're actually gorgeous private citizens.
Now I'm confused.
Come to the kitchen. I'll fix you some breakfast and explain the whole thing.
Look, everybody, the storm's letting up. Oh, I'm gonna run right on over to Walter's.
Aren't you going to change?
I could do a nice Yankee pot roast, mashed potatoes, mixed vegetables, wild green salad, and for starters, I'll throw in my special clam chowder, no charge.
That sounds delicious. Just consider yourself hired. Now, Jake, when shall I come over to your place to sample what you have to offer?
Get back in the social scene. And it isn't easy. There are just so many jerks out there.
You don't have to worry about me. I'm so normal, I'm dull.
Oh, you're not dull. I mean, compared to not dating at all.
Rose, maybe I shouldn't say this because someday I hope...
Maybe this is my fault. Maybe I've been pushing you.
It's not you.
Blanche, you're the same person that you always were. You have to believe that.
Oh, I want to, Simon. And I have tried. But I can't.
Darling, this is not the time for your vivid imagination to get...
Sex, Rose. I am talking sex. We don't go to dinner. We don't go to the movies. We just go to bed, and it is terrific.
All that and cappuccino, too? Well, what's the problem?
On Buddy Rourke. And after a couple of phone calls, I found out he had just retired after 45 years in the records department of the Army Pension Office.
I don't get it.
That's how he knew about Charlie. They never served together. He just read his file.
But he knew all those things about...
We'd go off chasing those rainbows together. But when the time finally came, all that was left was a big empty house and the headstone that marks her grave. And I decided that...
You know, if all goes well with this here interview, you can start packing right away.
Oh, you know, I don't think I'd bother Rose with an old interview. You know, you just embarrass her. She's so modest.
I'm sorry, but the rules state we must conduct face-to-face interviews with other candidates.
Here we are.
To the wedding.
Doug.
I got an anesthesiologist, but you won't feel anything.
Doug.
All right, Doug. But listen, don't you forget, you be careful. This man is on loan from the Blanche Devereaux collection.
You jewelry.
Good night. Good buddy.
No, Rose, it's more than just a friendship ring. It's just that I want my ring on my girl.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
Ma, you always stick up for him. The fact is, he has always made the wrong choices when it came to women.
Oh, and you've always made the right choices when it came to relationships? Need I remind the three of you of the Yutz parade that's been through this house?
Because I'm reasonable and kind and considerate, and I'm back in the game. I have a date tonight with a young man I met in the produce department at the market. I showed him how to thump a melon.
There's a euphemism we haven't heard before.
I realized something. Just because every man in my... pretend. We were having lunch at Fairview Gardens. Well, Floyd McCallum walked in with another woman. So I pretended Sven was my boyfriend just to make Floyd jealous.
Did you explain any of this to Sven?
Well, I assumed he knew.
Blanche, how could you assume anything? The man offered to kill dinner for us last night.
Go Club. And that's where I first met Eddie, the Aqua Midget.
He was a blue midget?
Don't be ridiculous. He was a diving midget. That was his act. He used to jump off a...
3 tickets to today's ball game, and I can't find anyone to go with me. Guess I don't have many friends.
Oh, who are you kidding? You don't have any friends. I'll go with you, Stan.
Ma, you will?
I'll be waiting in the car, Stanley.
Dorothy?
I can't think of anything in the world I would rather do.
Sophia! Rose, what are you doing in the bathroom?
Ma, this is the kitchen.
Oh, boy, if this is the kitchen, I'm poaching an egg in the toilet.
Ellie.
No.
Yes.
What exactly do you do in bed, Rose? Nothing. I do nothing. Well, maybe that's it. They have to do it all.
Come on, Blanche. It's not her fault. She has a perfectly normal...
When we get to that point, I'll let you know.
Can you believe it? I'm beginning to think Blanche is hung up on her looks.
Boy, you don't need lightning to strike you.
No thanks. Not again. Once was enough.
1958. No, that's not it. I don't believe it. I'm dry. I got nothing.
It's okay, Ma.
No, it's not. I feel like Tommy Lasorda should be standing by the bed waving to the bullpen.
Ma, don't let it bother you.
Well, I just can't leave you hanging.
Dorothy?
What is this, the Spanish Inquisition? Look, I don't have to defend myself. If I want to see Glenn, I'll see Glenn.
So did I mention that my daughter and her roommates just left on their vacation? They'll be gone for 5 days. Anyway, I notice we're always smiling at each other. So I was thinking, now that we have a little privacy, maybe sometime we could smile and talk, you know, over a glass of... Till it came with my wallet.
Furious with you.
Think of how mad your date's gonna be when he finds out he's not going out with Janet Gaynor.
Oh, God.
Now, Dorothy, just remember how important first impression.
Teams and grease our hands?
I got arrested for that once at a party in Chattanooga.
Oh, my goodness, look what I found. Double fudge cookies. I thought we agreed not to keep cookies in the house.
Right, after this last...
Really? To square things with Guido.
Cicely, what are you talking about, Cicely?
She said she cleared it with you.
She did not clear it with me.
Then giving her my Visa card was a bad thing?
Rose, how are we supposed to find her? Angelo.
Mama, Aunt Trudy, Aunt Libby, this is Blanche Devereaux. Hello. This is Rose Nyland. And this is Michael's mother, Dorothy. And this is Michael.
This is Michael.
Yes. Uh-huh. Come on, Mama, we talked
It's last minute, so we'll take short, bald, fat.
I'm sorry, Sophia, but I've already pawned Rose off on his fat friend. He's a lighting director.
Blanche, I've never been out with a fat lighting director. What do we talk about?
How should I know, honey? Talk about light bulbs.
That's a good idea.
Under 80 are cocaine smugglers.
You know, I'd kill to be 20 again.
Oh, I would kill to be 40 again. You know, I had the shock of my life today. I was in the teacher's lounge talking to a group of girls in their 20s. Oh, they were so pretty.
Come see you. Middle of next week, maybe. Oh. No, I understand. How about the next week? Oh. Uh-huh.
I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Diodoro. It's time for your medication.
Diodoro? Funny he didn't look Italian.
For holding this event on a night when my hang glider is in the shop and Congress is in recess and the lepers are on Geraldo. Go ahead, Rose.
Right, Dorothy. All right, now let's start the bidding at $5.
To be as old as Dorothy, well, you can be a real pain in a ha-ha. So, Dorothy, why don't you just lighten up, enjoy your hot fudge cake, and make a wish, okay? Come on, kids. Make a wish and blow out the candles. I hope everybody gets what they wished for.
Do you? Now I have to go.
Morning, Dorothy. Ready to go?
Not quite. Elliot, Blanche says that you made a pass at her.
What?
You heard her.
I don't know what to say.
Well, you sure knew what to say last night. Get your bunny nose out of my butt.
Let's just get some sleep.
Good night, Ma. Good night, Mo. Good night, Larry.
I'm not going to be able to sleep. I'm on the wrong side of the bed.
Well, I usually try 10 days without a bowel movement sometimes.
You just sit there hour after hour after hour. Well, not yet. He's only half done.
Excuse me, but I couldn't help but notice you from across the room. My friends and I would like to buy you ladies a drink.
Oh, well, no, thank you very much, but we really don't have much time.
Oh, this is Carl, and this is John.
We're all from Kenosha.
Yeah.
I know art can be appreciated by humanity. Dorothy, you're here as a substitute teacher to educate our youth. And Rose, you're here because the rhythm method was very popular in the 20s. Okay? I'm going to the movies. Goodbye.
The story.
Oh, fine, but then you'd miss the joke between the two crows on the telephone wire.
The gist of the story, Rose.
Well, in the last panel, Sonia tells her mother, and her mother understands.
Sophia.
There.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
You traveled 5,000 miles from Sicily for nothing? I know what it is. The Balducci Petrillo vendetta is still on. Dorothy, go out and buy a dozen mattresses, 30 pounds of pasta, and some aluminum foil for the windows.
There is no vendetta. There's not even a Balducci.
She's very bright.
Your witness?
Angelo, isn't it true that the Zaborniks make you live under deplorable conditions?
No.
And isn't it true that from time to time they shut off the power to the entire building just for funsies?
They know how to brush my teeth.
Good for you. Then you won't be rounded up by the cavity cops.
Oh, Dorothy, I'm glad you're here. Meet Mr. Terrific.
Oh, Mr. Terrific. Meet Mrs. Severely Depressed.
Dorothy, what's wrong?
Oh, I just found out.
Oh, come on now. I heard you laughing. What's so funny?
For starters, Gina's a lesbian.
What's funny about that?
You aren't surprised?
Of course not. I mean, I've never known any personally, but isn't Danny Thomas one?
What's going on?
Listen, Ma, I want you to be especially nice to Marguerite.
Please, Dorothy, I wasn't brought up in a cave. Actually, I was brought up in a cave.
Listen, Ma, I am serious. You are not to ask her to lift a finger. And if there's anything you need... Look, the exterminator said that you came in through a hole under the sink. Please, that's the way I'd like you to go. Oh, good boy!
You have the gift.
It was the worst of times. It was the worst of times. It was Sicily, 1922.
Oh, Ma, I have a problem.
Just sit down and listen. First of all, is everyone who lives in this house here at this very moment?
Yes?
Then for the last time, picture it. Sicily, 1922.
It's a scary story, Rose.
Why don't they call me? I want to get this over and go home.
Rose, come here, honey. Come here, we need to talk.
What, Blanche?
Well, this is the kind of thing I tend to keep to myself, but I want you to know. I got tested too, so I know what you're going through.
We're gonna look our best.
Don't worry, ladies. After Eduardo does a woman's hair, the years melt away. She is transformed into a breathtaking, sensuous, vivacious goddess of beauty. I tried to get all that on the sign, but they charge by the letter. Perhaps we should begin by...
Have any talent for the talent show, the whole thing's going to be a disaster. I'll be the laughing stock of the ladies' auxiliary.
Would it help if I got Bob Hope to be our MC?
How are you going to get Bob Hope?
Easy. He's my father.
Dorothy, what the hell is going on here?
Revenge! It suddenly occurred to me, what if this was the ultimate practical joke? So I dragged it out of Jack, and the two of us cooked up this topper.
Oh, Jack, I can't believe you went along with this.
So I got in bed with Dorothy. It was a joke.
A herring, and the Lindstroms wanted to train him for the circus.
Weren't they kind of hard to see riding on the elephants?
Oh, not that kind of circus. A herring circus. Sort of like SeaWorld. Only smaller.
Go. With me, off this plane. What was that?
Oh, that was them shutting the door.
They shut the door?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Candy. I'll be your flight hostess. Please review the information cards in your...
I ran into this man at the produce counter, and he asked me to play tennis with him tonight, but I forgot that Big Daddy's baby brother, my dearest and nearest relative, is flying in at 7. This is such a dilemma. Whatever am I going to do?
Blanche, it doesn't sound like a dilemma at all.
You know, Rose, you're right. Family you can see anytime, but a one-night stay...
You suffered enough.
Well, if it'll help bring in the crops.
Oh, you cannot possibly believe that abstaining is going to change the weather.
Blanche, I don't think you realize how powerful sex is.
They used laser beams on me. Zap, zap, just like that. No more cataracts.
Dynamite.
You black?
Laser beams, huh?
Give me a break, you old geezer. The sun's reflecting off the sand.
Who are you calling an old geezer?
What am I, Kreskin? How should I know what your name is?
If you didn't...
Before I start this piece, I just have one question to ask. Do I play the violin?
Oh, no.
I'm afraid I can't remember the piece I'm supposed to play. Look, this happens sometimes after a fight. Can I come back tomorrow?
I'm afraid not. You won't be eligible again until...
Could, but I'm driving the bookmobile for the Grief Center tonight.
Oh, I thought you'd do that during the day.
I usually do, but I got tied up at work and I didn't have time, and now I feel so guilty. There are so many depressed people out there with nothing to read. Of course, when I'm depressed, I can't read. I knit. Maybe I should drive. Forgive me for the way I acted. Winning doesn't mean anything if it means losing your two best friends. Besides, we all bowled well this year. That's why I had all our names engraved on this trophy. In my opinion, we're all winners.
Well, Rose, what a sweet thing to do.
Oh.
Much, but I work alone.
Listen, I've got to run. Will you let me know about dinner tomorrow night? Bye.
Oh, thank you, Sophia. That was quick thinking.
No big deal. I mistake a lot of people for my grandson.
Did she just invite you to dinner?
Yes.
Al.
Last year.
What did you do last year, Sophia?
What are you, deaf? She just told you. I try to juggle eggs.
Hi, Rose.
Hi.
What's the matter, honey? Is something wrong?
I'm concerned about nuclear war.
Hero.
Oh, Father Amara, this is a surprise.
Hello, Dorothy. May I come in?
Well, of course you may. Please come in. Ma, Blanche, this is Father O'Mara, St. Sebastian's Dean of... Good night, Ma. Thanks for everything.
There's something else we can do.
Blanche, it'll be easy. The children are dropped off in the morning and they're picked up by 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Now, here's something here. How about sponging?
But what's that?
Says here, spongers help cool off the walkers by sponging and rubbing down their hot bodies as they pump their way through Greater Miami.
Doesn't make much sense, does it, Blanche? I mean, get them all...
When you say that.
Did that champagne kick in yet?
No. But if you're ready to make your move, I can pretend it did.
And tell the dirtbag he can come.
Forget it, Mom. I can just as easily limbo down the aisle.
Relax, honey, relax. I just want to get it all out of my system before he gets here. Now, go ahead, call him.
I'll call him. You talk to him.
Oh, well, all right. If I can get through an entire wedding with him, I should be able to handle this. It is beautiful.
It is so clear, it looks like you could just reach up and touch those stars.
I can't tell you how many people in St. Olaf have fallen off their roofs trying.
Rose, are we anywhere near St. Olaf?
We're getting close. Look, there.
Just what are you trying to imply?
Slut. Trash?
Now, girls, settle down before you say something you'll both regret.
You know what her problem is? I know my mother.
Oh, really? You're the one who said she wasn't going to leave in the first place. You know, Dorothy, it's not just your mother who left. I feel like she's my mother, too.
I know, honey, but don't worry. She'll be back.
Now that she's gone, who am I going to go to in the middle of the night with my deepest personal problems?
Wait a minute. Or it says, pick a card. How odd. I can either buy the library or the phone booth in the center of town. I'll buy the library.
If I were you, I'd buy the phone booth.
Why?
People use it.
There's ball clubs and nightclubs, all within reach. Dance the samba till morning, then lie on the beach. Each view is a postcard, each day a great time. The cream of the crop, it's the top of the line. Miami, Miami.
That's Dorothy. Really dodged a bullet, didn't you?
Girls, I have great news. I finally convinced Don to quit Beatlemania. Isn't that...
Election, and Blanche hates us.
No, I'm upset because they haven't rerun The Facts of Life Goes to Australia.
I wouldn't be surprised if Blanche never speaks to us again.
She'd certainly have every reason not to. We did a terrible thing not believing her.
Hey, everybody. We've got some great news.
We found a place. It's absolutely perfect. It's near the beach, it's reasonably priced, and it's just the right size.
Ma, that's great.
We're so excited, we can't wait to show it to you.
Yay! Hey, what are you two doing up?
Waiting for you.
We thought you might want to talk.
All the food's already on the table, Dorothy. We didn't want to waste precious time.
Thank you. So, what do you want to talk about? All right, I have not.
Husband's brother, Lars, and the whole town was shocked. Of course, that could have been because at the time Inga was on trial for her late husband's dismemberment.
It was probably a factor.
The trial went on for months. Attorney's fees cost her an arm and a leg. Buddy's going back to Boston on Saturday.
This dress looks sensational on me. People expect to see me in a sensational dress.
Well, what do they expect to see me in? A yarmulke and a hefty bag?
He wants me to go with him, to live with him.
What I'm going to do. Tomorrow, before the wedding, I'm going to tell Stan I love him.
Well, way to go, Rose. You talked her into doing exactly the opposite of what we wanted her to do.
I guess that's why they took me off the suicide hotline at work. What happened?
Oh, it was an old wives' tale. I didn't become loose for another year and a half.
Oh, I remember when I started shaving. I was 13, and I wanted to shave because I was going to a movie with Alan Steckler. You remember him, Ma?
Small head and... There's only one way to handle this.
Rose! Rose, no! Rose! Rose, don't go out! Rose, come back here!
Don't worry, Dorothy. I was trained in psychology back in St. Olaf.
That doesn't count, Rose. In St. Olaf, they think that Freud is a way to cook chicken. Sleep with me.
Oh, you wouldn't mind, Sophia? No problem. I just have to remember when I get up at night, the bathroom is down the hall to my left, not my right. The last time we had a guest, I killed 2 potted palms.
We're talking about the sacred institution of marriage here. Are you willing to sacrifice the happiness of these 2 kids for the almighty dollar?
Yes.
I just wanted to be sure we were in agreement. Ramon, I'm going to put Priscilla on now.
Support and cherish her as long as you both shall live.
I do.
And Dorothy, do you take this man to be your wedded husband? Do you promise to love, support, and cherish him as long as you both shall live?
I do.
May we have the ring, please? Repeat after me. With this ring,
I tell you, that Disney World hotel was just wonderful. It had everything. Good service, delicious food, a beautiful room.
What did you think of the rides?
They got rides?
Don't worry about it. You had a good time and you never had to stand in line.
We'd like to stay and chat, but we want to get settled in our new place.
I'll look it up. Oh, thank you. I can't sleep in a bed that's had a dead person in it. I just can't.
You'll get a new bed.
And sheets.
And sheets.
And a blanket.
Burn down the house.
Oh, poor Al. And he just got a hair transplant.
Just to read the subtitles, and all that running back and forth to complete a sentence almost killed me.
Wasn't that Simon's car parked out front?
Are you sure? Blanche?
Father, I just wanted to drop something off. I found these between the cushions of my love seat.
Blanche's earrings.
She must have left them there last week. Oh, and she left her watch, too.
For what? Well, thank you. I'll see that she gets them. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's right. And then one day, Stanley's going to be out of your life completely.
Not completely. There'll always be a little part of him that stays with me.
Of course, Dorothy, after 38 years, there are always bound to be some memories that stay with you.
I wasn't talking about memories.
You're kidding.
Please, there's a natural build to these kind of stories.
Sorry.
So, finally, the race was underway. I start off slow. I'm cagey, like a panther. But when the time is right, I pounce. The crowd is on its feet. Sophia, Sophia.
Michael! Oh, my God, that's Michael J. Fox.
Michael, please, can we talk to you for just a minute?
Michael, it's very important. We won't bother you. Michael!
Yes, that's right. It was a winning ticket, but we gave the jacket away.
Cards.
We are not playing cards. We are playing gin rummy.
And she stinks at it. We've been doing it for 30 years. She hasn't beaten me once.
Yeah? Tonight's going to be different. Tonight, the 30 years of humiliation ends.
Ooh, I'm so scared. My dentures are chattering.
Hi. Oh, Rose, honey, why is she coming here then?
Well, she's here on business. She's a world-renowned flautist.
She plays the flute.
No, Dorothy, she plays the flout. It's a Scandinavian instrument that looks like a tuba, except it's got hair on the bottom. Of course she plays the flute.
Sense to leave and you didn't take it. And now I have to kill you. I'm probably doing you a favor. I mean, what kind of life are you having? What, you hang around sewers, you eat garbage? That's not living, honey.
Either that story is actually funny, or the batteries are going in and out in my hearing aid. Rose, I want you to know that I think it's very sweet that you're keeping an old lady company.
No, he was sent up the river on a morals charge.
Are you okay, Sophia? You're awfully quiet.
What? Oh, it's just that talking about Lillian makes me think about the future.
Oh, Ma, honey.
Hello. This is Rose Nyland. What? I'm one of the winners of the Publishers Clearinghouse? Ed McMahon wants to see me right away? I should leave my Burt Reynolds ticket on the dresser before I
Blanche,
go? What's wrong?
ask him.
Stan?
I thought Rob was Bob, and I guess I said something I shouldn't have.
Stan, I'm gonna kill you.
Stan, I'm gonna kill you. Do you know what this is?
Yeah, it's a plate I dropped. I was going to pick it up later.
Getting remarried, and I wanted to meet the lucky guy.
This is so strange. I always thought Daddy was much taller than that. I don't remember him like that at all.
Oh, that's probably because his size didn't matter to you, Rose.
When you really care for someone, you see them for what they are on the inside.
Nothing else matters. Oh, Ma, I hate it when you're right, and I guess I knew you were right all along.
What are you gonna do, Dorothy?
Well, I'll have to have a talk with Eddie. I mean, it is obvious that this relationship has to taper off. All right, I'll end it. Mean it.
Stop. So what are you going to say?
I don't know. I just want to say a few words to give the man some dignity and show him a little respect.
Ready?
To run with the bulls in Pamplona?
Stu, this is such a coincidence. I was driving down Biscayne Boulevard.
No. Please, I cannot bear that again. She was listening to her car radio. Big band, not all talk. There was a contest. Something about a little voice, a lucky number, and a dime and a door handle. Then bim, bam, boom, she won the tickets.
Take a...
Evening, sir.
Evening, fellow Waxahachie.
Evening, Sheriff.
Evening, Biff. What you doing here?
The usual, just drifting.
Just cannot believe you would stab me in the back.
Me? You're the
Hello. Hi, Blanche. How are you, sweet mother? Mwah.
We're out of pepperoni.
Did you call Dan Rather?
I'm starving.
I defrosted some chicken. We'll eat in half an hour.
I can't eat chicken. It repeats on me.
Look, Ma, you don't have to make excuses if you don't want... You were the one who told me to get a life.
Well, I didn't mean mine. I didn't know you were going to come in here and just take my place away from me. I would never do that to you, Dorothy. Do you see me going down to sing at the library? Well, do you?
Blanche, I'm sorry.
home for the Festival of the Dancing Virgins. The sauce is almost ready.
Yeah, I'm not staying for dinner tonight. There's a meeting at Mensa. That's the organization for people with high IQs like mine.
You know, in St. Olaf, we had a chapter of Mensa. And across the room was Girlsa.
Okay.
Just stay down. This is Mullins. I need an ambulance and backup at the Richmond Street Stakeout. My partner's been shot.
Oh!
Yeah, you know, at first I was really scared.
I love Chinese checkers much better than plain checkers. And chopsticks, what a great idea. Who knows what fork to use at a dinner party? Chopsticks, you don't feel like an idiot.
Ma, enough!
Dr. Chang, please.
Well, I think that you are sick. I think you have something.
Well, I finally got Miles to forgive me. He must have made me promise 1,000,000 times that I would never, ever doubt him again.
Rose, I have the detective's report here, and I think we ought to read it.
Okay. Rose. Dorothy, I want to hear that report because I do trust Miles. And it'll prove that both of you should, too. Turn out to be the most in love. That was certainly the case with Ollie Knopf-Stetlermeyer and Molly Jane Doe.
Ollie and Molly? Must we take yet another trip to Petticoat Junction?
Ollie was the mayor and our town's most respected citizen. He was also artistic.
Oh, as God is my witness, I will never pick up another man. In a library. On a Saturday. Unless he's cute and drives a nice car.
Not yet.
Oh, what did I miss?
I think he has a right to know.
I told Rose the truth, Daddy. It's too soon for you to have a relationship.
You what?
No, wait, could I say something? Caroline, you think your daddy has become involved too soon after your poor mother. Thousands of offers. Teachers, doctors, astronauts. I even said no to a journalist famous for his work on 60 Minutes. Now, if that's not fidelity, I don't know what is. Then I find out that the only man I ever loved cheated on me.
And I wanted to take a little bit back with me. It's not what Ma wants.
You think she wants to stay?
I know she wants to stay.
I'm going to go talk to her. Are you all right?
Oh, sure. Got all I need.
We go in on everything equally, but this is $4 a can.
Look, we have to have these. They're absolutely essential. Oh, if you ever have a date with a man who's a little sluggish, a tin of these and a bottle of cold duck, you'd be prying him off the wall. That's why I named it that. Magenta. No way to really explain it, but fortunately, between friends, you don't have to. Oh, Dorothy. Dorothy. I just hate the idea of a yard sale, but if you're really trying to get rid of your stuff, well, I'll take it off your hands for, say, $50.
Okay, but a deal's a deal. I don't want to hear you say you didn't get your money's worth just because something doesn't fit right or smells bad or makes strangers look at you and giggle.
Good. He's a leper. I'm the only one who'll touch him.
Good morning, life.
Your husband sold horseshoes? I thought he sold insurance.
Oh, he sold insurance for a while, but Charlie wasn't very good at it. As soon as people said no, he'd give up. Well, insurance salesmen have to keep going till they get a yes. They have to keep talking and talking and talking. Right, Riviera?
Who cares, Rose? Did you and Arnie hit the sheets or not?
Dorothy!
Some women don't kiss and tell.
Oh, shoot, honey, that's half the fun. God, it's Rex. Oh, Rex, well, you're right on time, aren't you, you devil? You remember my roommate.
What are you dressed for? We're going to a beach party.
Oh, I could have sworn you said the theater.
Once again, you're wrong.
Oh, I'll go change.
No.
You know, my motto today could be the last day of the rest of your life.
Sophia, I'll bet with a few tips from me, you can have this guy Tony in bed in no time.
That's good, because that's exactly how much time we have.
Now, my mother does not. You know, actually, this is one of the best Christmases I ever spent with Stan.
It was pretty nice.
I can't remember feeling this proud of myself so early in the evening.
No, we did good.
Just wish we could do more.
Oh, so do I.
That kitchen table, and it would have been altogether different had he been there. But to this day, there are people who see the pilot for the first time and say, was it because he was gay? So I always say he wasn't gay. Well, it gets into very complicated stuff, you know. And then along came Brokeback.
You just can't help yourself, can you, Blanche?
I'm home.
Ma, what are you doing here?
There was no reason to stay.
I thought your grandson's graduation was next week.
There isn't gonna be a graduation. The big dope failed.
Ma, you're kidding.
Expense.
At least Blanche kept her word. She didn't laugh.
And you know why? I was singing a little song in my mind, Camptown Races. I didn't hear a word you said.
She said she had a date tonight and she wants you to go out with him.
How long had you been seeing him?
About a month. But that's not why I'm here. I have bad news.
Well, you couldn't be pregnant.
Last night, Al had a heart attack.
The point is the two of you are going to be very happy together.
Yeah, but Dorothy, you don't think we're being crazy?
Of course you are. You're crazy and wonderful, the way you should be. Like Puck says in A Midsummer Night's Dream when it comes to love. Oh, Lord, what fools these mortals be.
Oh, Dorothy.
Girls, was this the only mail today?
Yes, can you believe it? That People magazine is late again. I'm gonna have to give that mailman another talking to.
This time you might want to try something a little more forceful than asking him in for a cafe Vienna and a warm bath.
Dorothy, the man had just recovered from a hernia op at Reynolds Dinner Theater.
Blanche, might I see you a moment?
Pardonnez-moi. Oh.
Listen, you keep your bloomers on, Scarlett. He's taking me out tomorrow night.
But he wants me. I can feel it.
Let somebody else feel it. I see.
Some very extensive surgery here. Eyes, nose, stomach.
And breasts. I cut this out of a magazine. What do you think of those?
Very nice. The angle's a little steep for my personal taste, but they certainly do make a statement.
Let's be fair. It could have happened to any one of you.
Rose, Lily can't go on like this. You have to do something.
Well, I think you girls are overreacting. I mean, it was just a little grease fire. No harm done.
This time?
A lot of them sit around waiting for their kids to write. So I said, why don't you write to our lonely servicemen instead? I mean, we older folks have to exercise our minds too. And don't you forget it, Gloria.
Ma, Gloria is your daughter in California.
I knew that. A mere dramatization to make my point.
Here, smell me.
I only do that with the milk, Blanche. You know the rules.
This is the last drop of that perfume Big Daddy gave me on my 21st birthday. I want to see if it still has its fragrance. After all, that was 20 years ago.
Blanche, if your 21st birthday was 20 years ago, you'd only be 41.
That's right.
Gee, you look terrible for your age.
Without a tip, you're just another old lady wearing men's socks and a bad attitude.
They love me.
They hate you.
The last time they gave me a balloon.
You ripped that out of a kid's hand.
You're just upset because I won't take the first thing they bring out.
You don't take anything they bring out.
Run, get us a number. Go on.
Why, hello there, Blanche.
Well, Dorothy, Russ, hi. What are y'all doing here?
Russell and I just entered the dance marathon.
Really? So did I.
Yes. It's for charity.
Gonna have a baby.
And if it's a boy, she can name it after its father, Rick, Joe, Bob, Don, Dave.
I don't get it. We've done everything to get them in the mood. Music, soft lighting. What else can...
With one phone call.
To who?
Nicodemo the Ugly. Whenever you wanted to look gorgeous at a party, you hired him to be your date.
You mean women paid him to stand next to them at parties and look disgusting?
Please, they paid through the nose. That's also how we usually gave them their change.
Dorothy, do you feel like talking?
Oh, honey, if it can wait until morning, I'd really appreciate it. I'm exhausted.
Sure, I am too. Let's just get some sleep.
Is anybody eating there?
All right, Stanley. Why do you want to borrow the car?
I am involved in a new business venture. Stan's Pizzas. The gimmick is I can deliver a pizza faster to your house than Domino's. There's only one problem.
What?
It's impossible. I cracked up my car trying.
Baguettes?
No, they're little pieces of potato. He hid the ring in the potato.
Honey, if this is what you want, we couldn't be happier.
So you're going to take it?
Well, it's kind of small, and there's not enough light, and there's no room for a goat. Come on in the kitchen. I made dinner. Should be ready. I was going to cook dinner. Well, I thought for a change, everybody'd like to have a meal with a little flavor. I'm supposed to get along with that?
Wear lamb chops again, didn't you?
It's not like they slow her down.
Listen, have you seen my mother?
No.
I can't find her. She's gone. I ducked my head in her bedroom. She's not there. That's it. She never does what I tell her to do. It doesn't take a genius to figure out where she is.
I know.
Ma, why are you trying so hard to ruin my weekend?
You don't get it, do you? This weekend could have been a lot of fun until you decided we were going to have quality time.
Oh, is that so horrible? Ma, all I wanted to do was have us finish unfinished business and say things to each other that we never...
Haven't lost a thing. Why, the way you can tell a story, the way you twirled me around that dance floor, you'd think it was 30 years ago.
Oh, gosh, look at the time. I better go.
Oh, baloney. It's late now. In 10 minutes, it'll still be late. You just sit yourself down right there. Go on. That boy.
Today, you were in a green satin dress and a fringe shawl, which you did everything but sleep in. You're crazy. I wasn't wearing the fringe shawl that night. I lent it to Maria Finestro. Who? Maria, the one with the huge breasts. Remember, after the band left, there was no entertainment, so all the men pitched pennies into her cleavage? She walked off with $19 of my husband's hard-earned money.
Want chicken? Just say, I don't want chicken.
I don't want chicken.
Good.
It repeats on me. I want pepperoni.
Blanche, would you like some broiled chicken?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm having a raw vegetable plate. You probably haven't noticed it, but I put on 3 pounds on each side.
Dorothy, it was great. Thanks for the hospitality. Sophia, girls, take care.
Stan, just a minute. I'd like to talk to you.
Well, sure, okay.
Now, let's go where we can have some privacy.
Correct.
Please, sit down. Listen, before I get Rose, let me assure you she is the only one here who thinks she saw a UFO.
No, I understand completely, Miss Bornak. By the way, is that Ms. Bornak or Mrs.? I'm hoping it's Ms.
Well, yes.
Oh, that there's a part of me that nobody's ever seen.
I find that hard to believe.
If a 5,000-year-old Indian shows up, tell him I want to know more about his people. I mean, hardware stores are alive with sexual energy. Tools, plugs, sockets, nude furniture, dirty stuff like that.
Why are you home so early?
Well, I saw a very attractive man in power tools. I piqued his interest with the usual hardware quest.
With the possible exception of Mrs. Stouffer. Enjoy your shopping.
Dorothy, why don't I just show Angela where she'll be staying?
Good idea. You get yourself settled and then we can catch up on family.
Okay. You know, Dorothy, Blanche here could be the identical twin of your cousin Apollonia. Apollonia was a stunningly beautiful woman.
Oh.
Well, between my partners and me, we see quite a few.
Oh, it's a partnership.
Have you ever met Dr. Scholl? Let's get to the point. Dennis, what do you take home a week?
It's all right. I understand. Sophia,
Morning, Blanche.
Dorothy, I want to ask you something. Last night, about 2 a.m, did you hear some shrieking and screaming and moaning?
No, but usually if your door is closed, I can't hear anything.
Not me. Those sounds were coming from that urn.
She'll do a fine job.
No, Rose, you don't understand. She only thinks that she has a job. I worked it out with the owner, Mr. Porter. This flu has really knocked her for a loop, and her doctor says she has to rest for at least 3 weeks. I've been working so much, I figured this is the only way I can get someone to keep an eye on her during the day.
Dorothy, there's this
hurricane before. Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of. I've been through a couple of hurricanes. Actually, they could be kind of fun. I remember one when I was married.
married?
Married. When I was married. Richard, you know I am very, very fond of you. But I think we have a problem.
A problem? Let's look at it.
Well, when you first proposed to me, the thing that scared me the most was the idea of being a mother again. Anyway, when we finally got to the dance, why, Richard dropped me off, and I turned and ran smack into a man so gorgeous. He made Richard J. Wilde look like a prepubescent choir boy.
George.
No, Ernie Willis. Well, Ernie smiled, and the next thing...
Wait a minute. There is not one shred of evidence, not one logical reason why I should not believe that this woman is my mother or that Gina is her real daughter.
Buongiorno, I'm a
It kind of reminded me of a party back in St. Olaf when I was a little girl. Big Sven and Little Sven were celebrating the first anniversary of their smoked herring hoagie house. When Big Sven...
I'll get it. It's my cake. Stand back. I'll get it.
I just wish there was something more we could do for these people.
Especially the children.
Yes, I know. I'm supposed to look after their spiritual needs, but even I can't help thinking they have other needs that are far more pressing. Well, I'd like to thank you all very much for coming. I wish you every blessing for the new year.
It's bad news.
Oh, that's eerie. I had the same feeling.
My Aunt Gretchen in Fort Lauderdale died.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Were you close to your Aunt Gretchen?
No, I couldn't stand her.
Well, pardon me, Dorothy, but we can't all come from places as socially acceptable as Brooklyn.
I'm sorry, Blanche. I'm sorry. Just go on with the story. Just try to shy away from words like tarnation and that you wanted to see me about.
Not now, Dorothy. Finish your thought, Blanche.
Into the kitchen, Stanley.
Well, I'll just send one of them home. Only which one? You know, Sophia, I used to have this recurring dream about twins. They always killed each other over me. Maybe I'll drive. I met in the bar, John Quinn. Just got off the phone with him.
And he asked you out for tonight?
Yes. I know it's a little quick, but when Blanche Devereaux wants a man, she does not stand on ceremony.
Or the floor.
You seem pretty excited about this date.
Something tells me this man is just about...
I just forgot.
Well, that's why when he called today, I invited him myself, and he says he's looking forward to coming.
Well, you should have still asked me first.
Oh, you're right, honey, but he's on his way over. We made a terrific dinner, so why don't you just relax and enjoy a lovely evening?
Well, you don't understand. Jonathan is a very special person. I don't want you doing or saying anything that would embarrass.
There wasn't anything anyone could do. No one's ever beat us, Sophia.
But someday they will, and it could be tomorrow, and it could be you. I believe that, and you're gonna believe that. Because right now, today, that's all we got. Hope.
And a nectarine.
And a nectarine.
May God bless and... Oi!
Oh, look, a holy man in need of help. Let me help you, oh holy man.
For little Betty is a joy, but she's going to have to trim her mohawk if she wants to play Mary in the Christmas play.
Sounds like you need to unwind.
I think I need to retire.
Look, I know it's late, but could we go for a drink?
Sure, yeah, I'll settle for that. Honey, are you all right?
I'm fine.
Oh, Rose, honey, can you ever forgive us?
Well, it all depends. Will you believe what I say from now on, even if it isn't what you want to hear?
Oh, of course we will.
Will you believe me when I tell you that somebody...
Have each other. And I'll tell you the truth, when we had the money, we did crazy, ridiculous things. To be honest, I'm glad it's gone.
Girls, my cousin who took baby just sent us a letter.
Oh, please let there be cash in it. I can't stand being poor another day. Oh, I'm sorry.
I know this show is for charity, but that's the smallest dressing room I've ever had in my life.
Oh, my God, you're really Mr. Bob Hope. You're down at the bottom in itty-bitty tights.
Our ad in yesterday's paper should have read, Sitwell cortisone salve prevents hemorrhoids, not presents hemorrhoids.
Below that. Oh, nobody's ever going to even see it. Everybody's going to still think I'm 68.
And dead. Why does she...
Just playing a little practical joke.
What kind of a person plays a joke like that? If you want to play a joke, you ring somebody's doorbell and run away. Well, you shorten the leg on somebody's walker so it wobbles. Or you arrange for somebody to go on a long car trip with Rose.
Talking to me?
Well, like you.
Don't you see, Mr. Porter, you're not listening to these people. I mean, you're only as old as you feel, and you're making them feel old. And Pussycat, you make me feel old, too. You make me feel like I can't make my own choices.
Ma, I worry about you. And everything I did...
Through 3 times, once with 10 items, once with 9 items, and once with 6 items.
No, Rose, what kind of a moron would do that? Anyway,
Is there someone else?
No. No, there's no one else.
Good.
You know what's interesting? I just read somewhere that the cells in the human body completely regenerate themselves every 7 years.
Her intentions are good, but this doesn't seem to be her calling.
Oh, but this means so much to her. Oh, this would break her heart.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask her to leave.
Mother Superior, with your permission, may I be the one to tell her? I mean, we've been through so much together. I'm sure that any bit of bad news would be...
Daughter, you're not her family.
Why does everybody keep saying that? We share our lives together.
You share a house together.
Kirsten Adams?
Yes?
I'm Dr. Shrewsbury.
How's my mother? Is she going to be okay?
Your mother has to have a triple bypass.
Here we go. Good luck, ladies. Dorothy. Dorothy.
Made that the theme of the party. We all dressed as Vikings with helmets and spears. And we all crowded into her little room up over the barn. And she walked in and lit a candle. And we yelled, "Surprise!" And she dropped dead right there.
Sleeping arrangements? What in hell am I going to do about the sleeping arrangements?
Well, honey, why can't you sleep on the couch and give Clayton and Doug your room?
Are you crazy? What will the neighbors think if they see two men in my bedroom?
They'll think it's Tuesday.
Strangely titillating. Oh, you were talking to her.
Trudy, how about if tomorrow we play a real game? You know, something that requires real skill.
You mean like midget ice bowling?
I'm talking about tennis, you do.
Will the clown approach the bench? Dorothy, I can do this.
Can you do it without the nose?
Yes. What the hell are you trying to do? Your Honor, I know this looks a little odd, but I am a registered member of the bar. I have a card here to prove it.
My life thinks I'm a lesbian. Doesn't mean there aren't thousands and hundreds and millions of men out there who don't. That must be my milling man.
Zorro rides again.
Chuck.
Thumper.
Naughty. That's a good one, too.
Well, don't you care that they're fighting?
Of course I do. You think I have no feelings? Let me tell you a story. Picture this. A crowded Mediterranean port, teeming with you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry. You know, your huddled masses yearning to be free. We boarded the ship and...
No more witnesses.
Your Honor, may I say something?
You may speak.
Your Honor, this is all a very simple mistake. Stan and I are ready to get an exterminator to take care of those bugs. I don't know how this thing got so far, but believe me, we are not criminals. You're right, Blanche. I mean, how could I possibly compete with you? I mean, you've given some of your finest performances in back alleys.
Dorothy Zbornak, I resent that remark. Have you been talking to Ed Tyler? That man has such a big mouth. Which reminds me.
I was mad the day my parents brought him back from the hospital. I thought he'd take their love away from me. And instead, their love expanded and we felt more like a family. I was mad at him when I was 10 and he was 4. And
Don't worry, we'll all be at that charity dinner. This is just an allergy. Believe me, if I were coming down with something, I'd know it, and I wouldn't risk getting the rest of you sick.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me, honey. I never get sick. I take very good care of myself. I treat my body like a temple.
Yeah, open to every...
This whole thing is just unbelievable. Kendall, you're not dead. And I didn't kill anybody.
And I didn't take any silverware.
Does this mean I'm still in the running for the job?
Of course you are.
So, but you people don't. That's a beautiful thing. You also have the most gorgeous hair in the world. Even when it's humid.
please, let Dr. Chang read.
It's okay, Mrs. Zbornak. I'm finished. You've seen some wonderful doctors, but I really can't agree with their...
Bed hopper. Don't hang up on him. That man cares for you. Hop. Go with your feelings.
Glenn, I thought I told you I don't want to talk to you.
That's right. If he wants to talk or hop, let him do it with his wife.
Don't deny your passion. It's unnatural.
Look, Glenn, you are making this
comfortable. I must say, I was a little bit surprised when you called me to give me back my job. That's why I wanted to explain.
There's nothing to explain. It was all a silly mistake. Champagne?
Thank you. Ladies.
These are for you.
Now, ladies, this is all very nice, but please, there's something I must say.
As you might never have known you even had it.
Okay, here's the game plan.
Thing slides back and you look like you just had a facelift.
Oh, you're right. I'm gorgeous. I'm gonna have to meet men lying down.
I thought you did.
Of course, that way, not only does your face...
It's taken me these past 8 months to accept that, but I finally have. Then why our usual little private birthday celebration? Somehow it feels less lonely, Charlie. I mean, this is the first special day I've had to spend without you. If it had been Christmas, I'd probably have hung your stocking.
I should submit his story in the district contest.
I think you should. Oh, he's a very special kid, Dorothy.
Oh, he really is. I'm just crazy about him. He wants so much to learn. You know, he gets this look in his eyes when he's listening to me. You don't see that look very often. I think that look is the whole reason that teachers...
Asked who fits into the costume.
Dorothy, maybe we better run the lines.
Oh, isn't he the greatest?
Yeah, the great ones always throw in a back rub.
What?
Have either of you seen Patrick?
Yes, he's off rehearsing lines.
Oh. What do you want him for?
I want to give him this.
Oh, I'll give it to him. I went to Graders with you.
Sure you did. I'll never forget it. I mean, you had your hair in braids. You wore a pink bathrobe.
Pink? With a little lace trim?
Yes.
And matching slippers?
Yes.
Ham! That wasn't me. That was my sister Virginia.
You can't... That was Virginia. How could I forget that?
I do love you with all my heart. Blue skies above.
Blanche, wake up. People are looking at you.
What? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I was having an erotic dream.
You know, your father used to do a thing with feathers when we were first married. But he was too late.
My little girl is going to have a baby by artificial insemination. I just can't bear to think about it. I'm just being silly, aren't I? I used to eat the clothes on the rocks, not the dishes.
No wonder they broke.
Okay, who wants to go shopping?
It's a little early for that, isn't it, Renee?
Then we're going out to eat. It's either shopping or eating. Take your pick.
You didn't talk to him.
I couldn't.
Oh.
George was on call all weekend. 3 heart attacks.
Hawaii for 2 weeks. They're leaving my 14-year-old grandson with me.
Oh, Blanche, that's wonderful news. What, you shouldn't be upset.
No, I should be upset. How am I supposed to study for my French final with a 14-year-old in the house? It's hard enough with an 80-year-old.
Are you a little? Who wants an eclair?
Oh, God, that's John. Oh, I just hope I can be mean enough.
Dorothy, do that thing you do to me in the morning when I try to take a piece of bacon off your plate.
Blanche,
Just hit that music, girl, and follow my lead. Look into my eyes.
Blanche, I don't understand you. You can't very well say you've accepted Clayton unless you're willing to accept the fact that he dates.
Now, Rose is right. And besides, Blanche, in this day and age, you should be thrilled that he's in a monogamous relationship.
Of course, you're right. I've just got to stop this overreacting. Doug and Clayton are too consenting and...
Me crazy.
Oh, I know. Me too.
What do you say we go away, just the 2 of us for a few days?
I say yes.
How about we go to the Bahamas?
all right. Wait. I gotta tell you.
It was a tragedy. She was my only real competition. Dead. Muffin?
I'll get it.
Bless you.
Stop blessing her. She got what she deserved for running around in the rain for some...
Bad.
Hey, I'm the one who should feel bad. Lydia and I were wearing the same dress.
Honey, can we go now? I've been planning this for months. A weekend alone in the woods. It's going to be perfect.
Oh, it sounds romantic. Maybe you'll have another baby.
And she knows what I'm going through.
Well, not exactly. Actually, I've never been with a married man.
Get out of here.
No, it's true. I just never figured a relationship with a married man was worthwhile.
Good for you, Blanche.
Well, I'm no fool. The husband cruise with some longtime gentleman friends, and if we decide to be intimate, then we'll be prepared. We are not embarrassed, we're not uncomfortable, we are not humiliated. We're gonna walk out of here today with our heads held high, secure in the knowledge that what we have done is morally and socially responsible.
All right, thank you.
What?
Thank you for the soda. I guess we're even. This fight was my fault. Yesterday was yours.
Yesterday?
Hey, if you're willing, is this guy was a jerk because he didn't sleep with you?
Oh, yeah. What'd you think I was saying? Gosh, it's getting late. I bet it's after 1 o'clock and Dorothy's not home. I guess Dr. Kagan's turning out to be wonderful.
Or maybe he drugged her and sold her into white slavery.
Oh, good Lord, we made it.
Girls, I guess this is it. I don't know what to say.
Say goodbye. Our plane leaves in 5 minutes.
Goodbye. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Sophia, darling. Have a wonderful time. I'll miss you. I'll miss you. I'll miss you like crazy. Bye-bye. Merry Christmas.
Class president in the 3rd grade.
Why, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, his campaign slogan was vote for me and I'll show you my wee-wee. He won by a landslide. Yourself.
Dorothy, will you let me out of here?
No way, Blanche.
Oh, well, you can't do this. It's a violation of my civil rights.
Well, you have the time, you have the paper. Why don't you sit down and write a long letter to your senator?
I have a steady boyfriend, and he's out of town, so...
So no money. If he still wants to come in, he just wants to see me naked.
Hello. I'm Dr. Clayton. I'm here to see Sophia Petrillo.
Oh, please, come right in. I'm Dorothy, Sophia's daughter, and I usually look much better. This is my friend Rose.
Hello.
Does that for a lot of people, Rose.
I know you don't understand, and I know you don't approve, but I'm doing what I have to do, and I feel good about it. Well, thanks for everything. It's been great.
Rose, I'll see that all your...
I see. Oh, well, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Emily's mom.
The walkathon people. Everybody's left the staging area. There's no sign of Emily's parents.
Oh, what do we do now?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think we might have to start thinking about...
From the ball, and her 3 wicked roommates are jealous.
We are not jealous, Ma. We are angry. You left us sitting in jail.
Hey, I sent over the bail money. You were out an hour later. I think that was just about the time I was nibbling a giant shrimp out of Jerry Reed's hand.
Don't be silly, Dorothy. They're delicious. You just have to know how to eat them. You hold your nose with one hand, and you pop a Crispy in your mouth with the other. That tastes like cheesecake, fresh strawberries, and chocolate ice cream.
Don't trouble yourselves. I'll get it.
How did you know your mother was cheating, Dorothy?
Because Mr. Feinbaum never walks around totally naked. He always wears a Boy Scout neckerchief. But never in the same place twice.
Of course, there was a big kickoff party at Giuseppe's beach house, and everyone came. Coincidentally, this was also the night his wife Rosa hit her sexual peak.
Ma, I am in here because of guilt. This is not a story about guilt.
Isn't it, Busty? Josie,
It sure is, Biff.
it makes me want to kiss you, Josie.
Oh, mind your manners, Biff. While we at the 4th of July picnic, the whole town is here.
To hell with this town. Come away with me.
But you're a drifter, Biff. I can't just pull up stakes and run off.
I've known plenty of women who have had strokes. Some of them are in very bad shape, but they're still ladies.
But, Rose, this stroke destroyed the part of her brain that censors what she says. So she just says whatever she thinks. She can't help it.
He's an okay petunia.
Ma, the cab driver said you promised him a 60...
Aye. Ready to go?
Soon as Rose lends me some gloves.
They're in the bottom drawer on the left, under my clarinet.
Be right back.
Find that music box. We'll have us a big old file.
Blanche, what are you doing?
Well, I certainly can't let Mama Watkins have these things. It'd be just like giving my consent to what happened. For my sake and my mama's, I cannot do that.
Blanche, your father obviously loved this woman. You loved this woman. I think you'll feel a lot in the top cabin.
I'm talking about the Cheswick dude. I finally sat the old man down and explained that at 90 there would never be anything between us.
What did he say?
He said not never, but with a little luck every 6 or 7 weeks.
Oh, I'm glad everybody's still up. I just had a time
with wanting to be liked. And Blanche, do you remember what I looked like as a kid?
Oh, yes, I do. You were a beautiful child.
I was not. I was short and fat with braces and acne. And I used to think to myself, oh, I would give anything to be just like my Aunt Blanche, to be pretty and popular with lots of
months. Well, nobody could believe their eyes. Olga Fetchik had turned into a stunning beauty. Every man in town wanted her, and she ended up marrying St. Olaf's most handsome and eligible bachelor, dance instructor Adolf Stepp. The two of them moved back to Norway.
Shirley MacLaine died 5 or 6 times, and she's just sweet as pie.
Oh, hi, girls. I'm glad you're still up. We're on our way to the beach for a sunrise breakfast. Why don't you get dressed and join us?
No, thank you, Rose.
Well, okay, suit yourself. I'm just going to grab a few blankets and be on my way.
Rose, come on, sit down. We have to...
Oh, my nose!
Ma, quit listening at the door. I'm flying my mother's sister, Angela, over from Sicily.
And she's bringing the surprise?
Blanche, I'm not sure that this is a good idea either. I mean, beauty pageants are archaic and sexist, not to mention degrading.
Lost the Little Miss Brooklyn contest, did you?
I practiced that trombone for weeks. Today it's my turn to choose, and we are not watching Another World.
You are undoubtedly the meanest sick person I've ever met. Not to mention the most unattractive.
Girls, why do we have to watch TV anyway? There are plenty of other fun things we could do. We could play cards,
Say, live with him?
That's right, Sophia.
Not marry him, live with him.
Yes.
2 world wars, a Polish pope, and now this. I may live to see CBS come up with a morning show yet.
I just don't know what to do.
Well, he followed me home, Ma. Can I keep him? Can I, huh?
Dorothy, what's going on here?
Ma, this is Don. Don, my mother. Ma, Don plays George in Beatlemania.
And Paul, when Ernie's sick.
We may not agree with the fishermen, but we want this demonstration to be peaceful, in the tradition of, you know, the short, bald Indian fellow with the glasses and the diapers. You know, the one who didn't eat and won an Oscar.
Said, where's my tuna quiche? I get 5 ounces of solid food a day, and I want my tuna quiche.
You mean that little pie?
Little pie. Little pie?
I wanted a snack.
A snack?
I thought it was a little fishy.
Oh, you ate my sensible meal. You ate my sleeping arrangements. What in hell am I going to do about the sleeping arrangements?
Well, honey, why can't you sleep on the couch and give Clayton and Doug your room?
Are you crazy? What will the neighbors think if they see 2 men in my bedroom?
They'll think it's Tuesday.
Oh, there's so many ways to say farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, arrivederci, adios, hasta luego.
Get lost.
See, there's another one. Good, Dorothy.
Wonderful thing that could happen to a man. And it's all because of you. For the first time in my life, I'm batting .310. And I like myself.
Oh, Blanche, you really know how to mold a man. Where are they, Rose? Hiding in the shower?
She means a lot of people have probably croaked in here.
I know what she means, Ma. I just don't need to hear it the night before surgery.
Come on, don't be such a baby. I had my appendix out in the hospital in Sicily. That was rough.
This time I have really done it. Thanks to me, the hospital charity banquet is going to be held in the Versailles room of the Bedford Hotel.
Blanche, the committee is on a budget.
I know it, but don't worry. I worked out a special deal.
But we can't afford that room.
I know it, but don't worry. I worked out a special deal. I told the manager if he'd let us have that room, I would persuade...
Rose, you tramp.
I'll see you later. I'm going to work.
Ma, I absolutely forbid you to leave this house.
I'm going to work whether you like it or not.
Over my dead body.
Fine, have it your way.
Great sadness, not only for me, but also for the many people whose lives have been touched by the warmth and the kindness of this woman who is lying here. I wish I knew how many charities and hospitals and orphanages have benefited from her generosity. But now no one will ever know.
The old jacket.
We put the winning lottery ticket in the pocket.
Start the engine and open the door. I'll jump in at the bottom of the driveway.
Take care of him for free.
Oh, shut up, Rose. Tell me, how long does Rose have to take care of this pig before she gets the money?
As long as he lives.
Oh, forget it.
Well, I split the money with you girls.
Forget it.
How long does a pig live?
About 25 years.
Forget it.
How old is this pig?
29.
Get me out of here.
Okay. Who is your insurance company?
Lloyd's of London. What do I look like? I'm on Medicare.
We'll tell the desk. They'll send somebody.
I think you're gonna have to feed Buster for a while. Goodbye, Rose. And when you see me at work, don't say good morning, don't leave me those cheery notes, and please don't put on those little puppet shows over the partition. In fact, don't ever think of me again.
Yeah! I ate a tuna sandwich on that plate this afternoon.
And I'm never going to forgive you for this. My niece is getting married in the spring. What's her husband going to do?
I bet a gravy boat would work in a pit. I am talking about my job at the museum.
Of course you're competent, Blanche. I mean, they wouldn't have kept you for 5 years if you weren't.
Well, then why do you think my boss is constantly looking over my shoulder?
I would guess a plunging neckline and a push-up bra.
I swear, sometimes I think I just want... I see what you mean.
You know, you can learn a lot about a man just by the way he holds you in his arms. Whether he's kind, sensitive, caring.
He dipped you, didn't he?
All evening. Such a charmer. He and Sophia are really getting along.
Can I tell her? Glenn asked Dorothy to marry him.
Do it! Oh, marry him, Dorothy. Even if you have to sign one of those prenatal agreements.
Oh, I'm so happy. I might...
Then after we finished talking, she'd always give me a piece of hard candy and a kiss goodnight.
I can't sleep. And what's worse, I went to Sophia's room for one of our talks. And then...
I always assumed that he and Mama had a wonderful sex life. I walked in on him once when I was a little girl. There was all this huffing and puffing and high-pitched sounds, and then suddenly Big Daddy shouted, "Glory!" And they both lit up cigarettes. I vowed then and there.
No matter what you do, everything stays where it's supposed to. Now, when you lean over, it looks like somebody's let the air out of your face.
What?
Honey, lean over a mirror sometime and take a look at yourself.
Where's a mirror?
There's one in the tool drawer.
My father was chosen to pull the float. He thought it was because he had the newest tractor, but actually it was because he was the only one small enough to fit into the mayonnaise jar costume. I'll never forget the moment we caught sight of him turning off a sycamore onto Elm. Well, anybody can make it sound unpleasant.
Dorothy, you are being irrational. Now, the bottom line is we're talking about your health. That is a very precious thing. The longer you put this surgery off, the more you may be risking your health. I just don't think that's a risk worth taking, do you?
Again.
I've got to get to the counseling center.
Oh, honey, come on, take the day off, call them.
But those people need me.
What good can you possibly be to them?
Well, I'll be there. I'll smile, I'll nod. Fortunately, a lot of them hear voices. I'll just tell them one of them is mine.
I was married 45 years. My husband spoke perfect English. Never understood a word I said. Toshiro, I think it's time you learned some English. Lesson number 1. Kiss.
Oh, you poor things. Oh, I feel awful for you. Well, the important thing is to keep your spirits up and don't get upset. Oh. Hello. Oh, hello, Steve. I'm all ready to go. What are you talking about?
Have his card.
Looks like we've taken a few wrong turns here.
For your information, this is exactly the way we wanted it to look.
Oh, yeah? You got Siamese twins living here?
Look, Lou, we really don't need your...
Everybody, this is Harry. Harry, this is Rose.
Rose.
And Dorothy.
Dorothy.
And this is Sophia.
Well, you must be Blanche's sister.
You must be blind.
Sophia's home just burned down.
Well, that's terrible.
Not to me.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Juan Talamela! Juanita, Juan Talamela!
And kiss our new TV goodbye. Isn't that right, Mr. Longfellow?
Yes, it is.
Please!
Listen, I have a great idea. It's a little strange, it's a little bizarre, it's slightly off the wall, but it just might work.
What is it, Dorothy?
Why don't we each take $20 from our pocket? Friday will be fine.
Thank you for your help.
You know, as long as you're here, have you given any thought to planning ahead for your own final farewell?
Well, not yet, but when I do, I intend to go out with a bang.
And she means that.
His house.
Oh. Is anybody else hungry?
Well, now that you mention it, I could really go for a pizza.
I've been thinking about Chinese.
I could go for a burger and fries.
Why don't we order it all?
Oh, Sophia, that'd be crazy.
So this would be the first time we did something a little out of the ordinary around here? I think I could start the car with this thing.
Ma, my mind is made up.
Whatever makes you happy, pussycat.
Thanks, Ma. And I'm sorry, honey, but you're gonna have to send back the TV.
Not if I could pay for it myself.
Oh? How do you propose to do that?
So let us begin with Mrs. Louise Blakely.
Blanche, there is still time to back out. Now, do you really think you can go up there and betray your heritage?
Dorothy, I belong in this club. Well, I'm just as southern as the fruit of a scuppernong arbor growing proudly by the lazy Mississippi.
Lord.
In her deposition, Mrs. Hartgrove said that you're in possession of an illegal hot plate. Now, while the two of you were cooking, the curtains caught on fire, that you panicked and fled, and the fire continued unchecked.
Now, wait just a minute. This is crazy. Do you have any proof? Did anybody find that alleged hot plate? Look, there's Angelo. Turn the sound up, quick.
As you can see, the bugs are really big, and when I spray them, they appear to be laughing at us.
The question all Miami is asking is, who would make people live under these conditions? We have learned this vermin-infested squalor is owned by baked potato opener king Stanley.
You can do that when you're just good friends?
Hey, I want to get in good with St. Peter. I don't want his job.
You know, me and Esther and you and Salvador, we were all good together.
The best.
Ma, can I see you in the kitchen?
I've got no secrets from these people.
Shady Pines, Ma.
Right behind you.
I think you should take my check. Ma, I want to know. Now, where did you get the money?
The government is being kinder and gentler by sending me a lot more Social Security checks than they used to.
Dorothy. Oh, Dorothy. Oh, that's right. Yeah, honey. You keep an eye on
I'll take a bus.
I see. And when the bus gets to you don't know where, what will you do then?
Get a job.
Really?
Yeah.
As what? Secretary of State?
I gotta go.
So you're just gonna wimp out, huh?
I'm not wimping out.
What do you call this?
Why should I stay here when I got all this crap?
Down memory lane. I'd taken in some sewing. It was a couple of weeks before Easter.
I'm home.
I'll call the New York Times.
What's for dinner?
Pierre is writing today's select.
Oh, Ma, you really think so?
Of course not, but you think I'm going to tell you that? I'm your mother.
Ma, are you sure you mailed all the invitations? None of the G's through the L's?
In fact, except for the ring that you're wearing, nothing that you brought in here is worth anything.
How much for the ring?
$800.
Oh, I couldn't pawn this.
$900.
Take it, Dorothy.
No, I couldn't. This is the only nice thing that Stan ever gave me.
$1,000.
It's also the...
Nothing.
Who are you?
I'm the doctor.
We'll see about that.
Look, Mrs.
Trillo, I'm Dorothy's mother, and I want to know what's wrong with her. And don't tell me nothing because I know there's something wrong with her. Mothers know.
Look, Ma, I'll talk to you about it later.
Your daughter is fine, Mrs. Patricia.
Go out with her.
Dorothy, I need someone who's classy, someone who can handle the rich and powerful, someone not too obviously sexy.
Why don't you ask Merv Griffin?
Dorothy, look, I called every woman.
Sophia, be fair. At our age, it's not easy to find the perfect man.
Or maybe we have all dated our share of losers, but I personally have had my share of winners, too.
Please, you've ridden more winners than Willie Shoemaker.
All I meant was there has been a... We're having dinner on Saturday.
I really appreciate this. You're meeting my mother.
Hey, you want to get married?
You mean instead of meeting my mother?
No, we can do both.
It's kind of sudden.
Here we are.
Oh, I love you, Mama.
Oh, thank you. Well, honey, tell me, how's your modeling career been going?
Well, to be honest, Mama, not too well lately.
What have you been doing?
You mean besides eating?
Those balloons dropped from the ceiling.
You had balloons in the church?
Well, it's not as if we filled them with air. We learned our lesson. I mean, you put air in them and the St. Olaf Boys Choir used them to make those disgusting noises.
Go on with your story, darling. I care deeply.
Well, after the...
You been? Yes, as a matter of fact, I am free tonight. Well, I would just love to meet for drinks. 7 is perfect. Bye.
Blanche, don't tell me that you were talking to Tom Gallagher.
Now, what if I was?
But you have plans with John tonight.
Do people treat you differently because you're a lesbian?
Well, most people don't know.
Really? I would have guessed right off. Next question to Dorothy. What kind of pain and...
as a failure. I hope I never let him feel like one. If I did, I can only pray that he forgives me now. And that you will, too.
Oh, Mom. Come on, let's go find Charlie and...
You like the ring?
Reminds me of a doorknob I had back in Brooklyn. What are you doing?
Just my way of saying thank you. Well, I think I've taken care of everything. Now, you'll see to it that they don't put lipstick on my teeth.
Don't worry. I'll take them out and check them personally.
Well?
We're clear.
Thanks.
So, Dorothy, how does it feel to have a big fat 0?
We'll catch up.
I wasn't talking about your score. I was talking about your partner.
So we're too dumb, huh? We're gonna whip your heinies.
The game's not over yet, Nari.
It's just that I really wanted to come to this restaurant. I didn't mean to eat behind your back.
I was going to take you to a lovely restaurant tomorrow night.
I know. Captain Sam's Twilight 2-for-1 special. Nice piece of perch, your choice of potatoes or rice.
Stan, can you come back tomorrow?
Well, we were thinking about playing
Oh,
bridge.
Stanley, stop that!
Dorothy, in any event, your part here is done. And I'm going to recommend as the concluding and most important step in your treatment that you both spend at least 2 years apart. No phone calls, no visits, nothing.
Oh. Oh, a foot doctor. Why don't we all sit down? Not there, not there.
Oh, well, a podiatrist. Well, that's a very fascinating profession. Tell me, Dennis, approximately how many feet do you see in a week?
Oh, no, forget it. Boy, you can't trust anybody. I thought this place wasn't going to be my prison anymore. I thought for a second I remembered what happy was. Well, thanks, Dorothy. I'm never going to leave this apartment again.
Steele, we thank you so much. Okay, what do you think now? Don't hold back. I can take the criticism.
depressing.
Nothing, just a little spaghetti sauce I threw together.
Oh, come on. This is your special 14-hour sauce. What's the occasion?
Nothing.
Oh, come on. You haven't made this sauce since Uncle Dominic married off that daughter of his. You know, the one who looks like Tony Bennett? Now tell me, what's going on?
I told you, nothing.
Well, this is a private matter. Whatever we buy is nobody's business but our own. I'd like a package of these, please.
And, I'll take these.
Not all that much. I'm just gonna put it on and take it off. Then put it on and come home and take it off again.
Dorothy, great news. Gladys Goldfine called. She's taking me to see Tony Bennett.
Oh, Sophia, that's terrific.
Tell me about it. I won't have to spend that evening with Dorothy.
Affections, passions, fed with the same food, hurt with the same weapons, subject to the same diseases, healed by the same means, warmed and cooled by the same winter and summer as you are. If you prick us, do we not bleed?
Oh, and there's Lucas. So handsome, so strong. And he's right here with me. Lucas, you can probably hear every word I'm thinking.
Yes, Dorothy, I can.
My chaperone.
Oh, please.
No, I'm serious. You're the perfect third wheel. I don't mean that in a negative way. I just mean you make men uncomfortable. It's a gift. Don't waste it.
Sometimes I hate my job or like to eat my lunch in the park. It was so nice. It was so important to me that someone simply cared about me as much as the person who wrote those letters. It meant so much to have somebody like that in my life.
You do, Rose, honey. You to make it up to you.
Give me $100.
Make it 50.
Done. I love you. Gloria?
Ma, Gloria is my sister. I'm Dorothy.
I know. There'll be other dates for Gloria. Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Mrs. Ferguson. Bobby Vinton is the king of rock and roll.
Oh, yes, and I hope it makes her feel better. I've been worried about her. I mean, ever since she got those flowers from Mel Bushman, she hasn't been herself.
Well, I'm off to the Rusty Anchor. Spring break comes but once a year.
But you think it's going to be that easy getting rid of me, Rose? That was rhetorical, Rose. Oh, but what a comforting thought, knowing you'll never be alone.
And listen, what the hell, if we do have to go to a nursing home, let's all go together. What am I wearing? Well, to be perfectly honest, a nun's outfit. Oh, that sounds good to me. Uh-huh. I'll be over there just as soon as this storm lets up. Oh.
Something this important that you are still so self-centered.
Yeah. Count me in.
Oh, Dorothy, can you drive me to the mall Friday night? They're giving free blood pressure tests, and some of the girls and I have a high-low bet.
Honey, don't you remember? Put her away.
She sure did. But sometimes it takes something like this to bring you back together again. But you've got to be strong for her. She needs you.
I think she needs you too.
That award isn't going to be given out until Saturday.
I just called to confirm our reservations for the banquet, and they said I don't have to pay for my ticket. The awards committee is paying for me.
So?
The awards committee wants to make sure that I'll be there to accept the award. It's the only logical explanation. I've won.
Oh, Rose, honey, I think you're...
Sal, it is you. You always did such a great Cagney.
Sweetheart, how do you feel?
How do I feel? I feel great. Hey, this is wonderful. My bunions don't hurt, my arthritis is gone, and my teeth are teeth.
Here, all the pot.
I'm the wolf, boom, boom, the big bad wolf, boom, boom, hello.
Really glad y'all are having such a good time.
Kirsten, I know this looks a little strange, but honestly, it isn't.
Look, I really don't care. I'm thinking about my mother now.
Did you find out anything?
Here, Rose, what do you think of Cheryl Teague's nose?
Oh, very nice. Kind of small. Grandpa Nyland always said, the air is free. You might as well have a big honker and suck up as much as you can. Of course, Grandpa Nyland looked like he'd caught a boomerang. Well, she keeps calling. What should I do?
I'll get you off that phone. Rose, I've fallen and can't get up. Help me!
I can't help you right now. I'm on the phone.
Are you all right, honey?
Wonderful, wonderful. I always wanted to have a nose like Joe Frazier.
Ma, how long were you listening at the door?
I wasn't listening at the door.
Oh, then why was your face pressed against the crack?
That's what the crow said.
Get out!
People, we switch now to Moscow.
I win.
We don't have a dictionary.
Yes, we do.
Not anymore. The robbers took it.
They stole our dictionary?
That's right. Too bad.
Ma, dizdam is not a word. You made it up.
It's a word.
Fine. Use it in a sentence. Rose!
I told her to get the hell out of my room.
Oh, Sophia, I want to explain about last night. When I was a little girl, one summer we had a terrible thunderstorm.
Excuse me, Rose. Have I given you any indication at all that I care?
Girls, my father's coming.
Deduction individually and documented with a receipt, okay?
Okay. Man, what the hell is this?
Oh, it's business loss. I made a bad investment.
What investment? You never told me you were investing our money.
Well, I actually wasn't planning to, but I knew this was a moneymaker the minute I laid eyes on it.
I still got
it. Yes, I've got that tub of guts where I want her. My queen's knight attacks her king. Banzai!
Ma, how did two Sicilian peasant girls ever become interested in chess?
Chess is like...
I really like the new carpet. They... Me neither.
Oh, this is ridiculous. This is never going to work.
Now listen, the caddy said Mr. Hope just finished his round of golf. He's got to be in here somewhere.
Well, what if he is? I mean, he's not about to do a favor for...
He's sick. Wow. You're really beautiful.
Thank you, Rose.
Rose, Blanche and I have to talk to you right now.
That's a very nice dress, Rose.
Thank you. I've worn it once before. But the pantyhose are new.
Listen, Rose, if Blanche and I could just see you out on the lanai...
I'm not here for me, it's for a friend.
How did things go at the doctor's, Sophia?
He said I had the body of a 40-year-old. A dead 40-year-old.
The doctor's going to be a little while. I guess we ought to sit down. I suppose it's safe.
Well, I guess what I'm really trying to say is, Blanche, will you be my wife again?
No, Sonny, I haven't made a decision.
Bridal suite. I'll bless you in my prayers for this, Sophia.
I might as well give them the chance we never got. This could take a while, and it won't be pretty. Did you ever see The Exorcist?
No.
Good movie.
Well, here goes. Oh, sorry, kid.
How's Sophia?
Well, she's over that crazy idea about Sicily, but she's still very concerned about going to jail.
Who wouldn't be? It's a terrifying prospect to think about. Prison, the coldness of it, the steel bars, the wedges of cheese hanging overhead.
Magda, there are 2 books that I want you to read. The first one is Thomas Paine's Common Sense. I think it'll give you some idea of what freedom is all about. And the second is Vanna White's autobiography.
Why should I?
You know Sam down the block, the one who thinks he's hiding his stomach by wearing Hawaiian shirts?
Yeah, Sam is fine.
His brother went for a checkup 7 years ago. The doctor said he was great. 3 days after the exam, he was dead.
Ma, he owed money to a guy named Face and got thrown off a pier.
But it's not the one you're hoping, Blanche. It was the heater fogging up my car windows that night.
So, what can I bring you, sweetheart?
Don't you dare talk to him like that. Now you get out of here.
Blanche, I think...
You must be Michael's parents. Mama, put your glasses on. Oh, my Lord.
This is mud on our faces. We're not really black.
Certainly explains the feeling of being right all the time. What is it?
173.
I don't know if you know this, but a burro can find its way back home.
Have fun shopping, Rose.
Oh, I'll be back.
A very special message, and she doesn't even want me to tell her about it.
You could tell me about it, Sophia.
Really?
Oh, yes, I'd love to hear it.
Picture it. Heaven. 2 days ago. I'm holding on to Sal, telling him I'll never let go. When who shows up?
Volunteered for Meals on Wheels, and I think I'm really making progress with Jimmy. Although I could make more if Ma would stop yelling boo.
Boy, you're really taking an interest in that man. What happened to him anyway?
The turmoil of the 60s just got to him.
The 60s were an emotional time for all of us.
I'm gonna call a couple of ticket brokers.
Fine, Big Shot, handle it. See how far you get.
I just remembered I know somebody in show business who can help us. My best friend in St. Olaf has a nephew who's a page at NBC in Hollywood. I'll write to her and ask her to write to him.
Honey, won't that... Like you've had too much wine, that's amore.
Oh, Ma, that's lovely.
What?
You're singing.
That was me? I was going to ask you to turn off the radio.
Ladies, I have very bad news. I must shorten my stay, Dorothy. In fact,
Here, I am so fed up with all of these people, I'm just ready to give up.
Dorothy, you can't give up. You're no quitter. Why, just think of the many times you have been dumped by a man. Did you quit dating? No, ma'am. You sank even lower, scraping the bottom of the barrel, facing suck me up.
Ma, this is Father Leahy. He had dinner with us tonight.
Oh, pleased to meet you. What happened to your date?
Father Leahy is her date.
Come here. With you.
Me too.
Oh, thanks, girls. Oh, you know, I can't believe this is happening. I was so careful about my finances all my life. I thought that by now I'd have some sort of security. And here I am, flat broke.
I know what you mean. I never dreamt I'd be single and...
It's me, Stan. Look, I know it's late, but I had to come by. I have awesome news.
Dating someone over 12?
Ma, that's not nice. Is that it, Stanley?
No. Congratulate me, everyone. I'm getting hitched.
Oh,
Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, congratulations, Stan.
Tell us all about
Are you saying you're upset because the reunion went great and your sorority sisters look wonderful?
Well, of course not, Rose. That would be childish. I am upset because I was not the center of attention and nobody said I was the prettiest.
Oh, come on now, Blanche. I mean, what difference does it make?
Oh, Dorothy, you could...
Oh, okay. Right. I'm sorry.
Now, why don't you go and take that nice hot bath? Mom, maybe you need a break. Why don't you sit this one out?
What, like I can't handle it? Like it's too much for poor old Sophia? Like I'm so ancient I don't have the energy? Get the lights on your way out.
Gomorrah, Rose. It was a very pleasant place over on Biscayne Bay.
I told you I didn't want to hear
And
about
I told you I didn't want to talk about it. Good night.
Good night.
Maybe I'll have something.
I beg your pardon. Why, when I submit to a man's advances, it is with my consent. A woman has the option to say no. Honey, you weren't given that option. You were given nitrous oxide. By the way, Blanche, when did you ever say...
I want you both to get an idea of what it's like for all the people that you collect rent from. So I'm going to sentence both of you to live in apartment 3C in this building until such time as it is brought up to code.
Wait a minute. You want me to live with him in the same apartment?
That's right.
Trip is gone.
We can't, Sophia. Charlie Jr. hasn't called me yet to wish me a happy Mother's Day.
No, and Michael hasn't called me yet.
And Janet hasn't called me yet, although she usually doesn't.
All my children called me, except Phil. But I know he's thinking of me. He's just a little short of cash.
Unhappy just because it paid well.
Yes, and I would encourage you to moonlight.
I quit because I wasn't reaching the students. I wasn't getting through. I'm going back to high school.
Look at this remote control. Feel the heft. Feel the power.
Sir, I am shocked at your insensitivity. May I point out to you that this is no ordinary picture? This picture was carried thousands of miles across the ocean by her great-great-grandmother, a woman who came to this country in search of a better life, as have done millions of immigrants throughout history. Why, this picture...
We moved to a new neighborhood. I was mad because he always made new friends more easily than I did. And I'm mad today because I never wanted to give the eulogy at my kid brother's funeral. I'm mad because he died. I'm Dorothy Zbornak.
I'm Melanie Griffith.
Hi, Dorothy. Hi, Melanie.
You're special.
You're nuts.
Dorothy, I really need for you to understand this. I've been thinking a lot lately. I think we're in this for the long haul. Dorothy, I think this is going to be a very serious relationship.
Memory.
One doesn't forget a kiss like that.
Oh, that's so romantic.
No, it isn't. That man didn't know how to kiss 40 years ago, and he doesn't know how to kiss today.
Now that we've finalized our little arrangement,
It seems sudden, but there is something very important I want to ask you.
Anything, Ted.
May I cut in?
Oh, hell.
Hey, Stan, it's good to see you. What a coincidence, huh? Look, I'll be back at the table. No, it's okay. Hey, we've got all night. You two enjoy, huh?
Gatling, party of two.
Well, if you didn't hit on him.
I thought everybody'd like some Flugelkaka.
Mrs. Nyland, would you mind answering a few questions?
As long as it's not math.
Here, honey, why don't you sit right down here? It's very nice. Oh, as I start to forgive and forget, Charmaine turns my life into a bestseller.
You know something, Blanche? You're not the only one who ever had a problem with sisters. When I was a kid, I had a doll named Mrs. Doolittle, and Gloria was not supposed to.
Do we have to listen to that damn Mrs. Doolittle story again? So your sister...
Come in.
Bobby, here's those extra towels you asked for, hon.
Thanks, Blanche.
You're welcome.
Listen, Blanche, before I forget, I want to thank you for everything you've done the past few days.
You don't have to thank me for anything. Actually, I kind of enjoyed doing it. You remind me a lot of my son, Matthew, except he doesn't carry a gun.
So 90 years old, he gets naked and goes off down the street, right past these two old ladies, Carlotta and Maria. Maria turns to Carlotta and says, "What the hell was that?" And Carlotta says, "I don't know, but whatever it was, it sure needs ironing."
I'm gonna have to deal with 400 people in Simpsons t-shirts trying to knock 25 cents off your "I lost my ass in Vegas" cup.
Is my cup out there? I don't want to sell my cup.
Come on, Blanche. There's nothing wrong with Rose having a yard sale. Right, Ma?
Here, Blanche, taste this.
Ma!
Look, Rose...
was arrested. The feds try to pin everything on me.
You mean, did they... Have you been to prison?
Oh, no. I couldn't let that happen. Can you imagine what my life would have been like if the other inmates found out how much I love to dance? No,
Three. Then I have a retirement account that's about $4,000.
Okay, I can borrow on my life insurance. That should bring us close, huh?
Then it's settled. We're going to call Sid and tell him to go ahead with a new roof.
Okay.
Oh, Ma. You will not believe cleaning the kitchen. This is Marguerite's job.
Dorothy, I know exactly what you're going to say, but I talked to Marguerite on the phone, and this time she has a really good excuse for being late.
Oh, fine. What is it?
She had to go pluck a hair from the chin of a dwarf.
Oh, Dorothy, how do you do it day after day, year after year? I feel lost. Well, I mean, look, you're in a new city, you're poor, you're a single woman, you have no money.
I know,
I
but...
mean, you're poor. Now you think of...
Them, they just don't get the message.
Oh, Blanche is so right, Dorothy. That was exactly the problem I had with Eddie Parker. He was this real sweet guy who was crazy about me, but I just didn't feel the same way about him. You see, when Charlie went off to war, I went to work for our local U.S.
Here.
What am I gonna do? What on God's green earth am I gonna do?
You can stay home tonight. We're going to watch one of those John Bradshaw specials on PBS.
Yeah, we're gonna see if we can't get Dorothy's inner child to shut up.
Good luck. I'll call Mel Bushman.
I really can't stay for coffee.
Oh.
Ladies, I want to thank you for a wonderful evening.
Well, thank you for coming. We certainly enjoyed having you.
And we hope we'll see you again soon.
And I'll see you tomorrow at the office, Jonathan.
Rose, could we have dinner tomorrow after work? There's something important I want to talk to you about.
When we go to the movies, who always stands in line for the popcorn? I do. When we vacuum, who always lifts up the furniture?
I do.
When we clean the kitchen, who always mops?
Dorothy.
Who cleans the mop?
I do.
She takes advantage, Rose, and it's time...
Wants to know if you'd mind if this little boy goes ahead of you.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, no. You need to see a doctor just as much as me. I'll wait my turn.
No, kid. It's your turn. I don't need to see a doctor. You were right, Dorothy. I was faking.
Sophia, I'm shocked.
Try to discuss science with kids.
I want to thank you for a lovely evening. But
Mail call.
Oh, Rose, you're here. That's good. I am absolutely snowed under with this wetlands thing. And as usual, I know I can count on you.
I'm sorry, Dorothy.
What? But, Rose, you always help out.
Sing a number from my new album.
Yep, she's ready. We're gonna do everything that we can.
Thank you. wait just a second. Come here, Kirsten. Kiss me goodbye.
Mom, don't say that. Everything's gonna be fine.
Come here, kiss Mommy.
Now I want you to look me in the eye and tell me you're not lying.
I'm not lying.
Sophia, it's for you. He says his name is Tony the Hook.
Tell him I'll call him back. What are you looking at? He's my butcher. It was me. I was playing a little joke on you.
Hello, Rose.
1 second, Charlie. What do you mean it wasn't you, Sophia?
Rose, Ma was playing a very mean trick on you, although now I can see the temptation.
I guess that's why I feel so insecure about being a wife. I want to be a good wife.
You're really crazy about the guy.
Head over heels in love. I feel like a teenager. He's smart, he's funny, and the best lover I've ever had.
You haven't slept around much.
Girls, I'm tired of sitting here. Let's go.
I can't believe it. There was an announcement in the paper. Her friends must have realized she died. Why didn't they come?
They were too busy celebrating.
You go ahead. I just want to sit here a while longer.
Wanted to.
You mean she has the energy, just not the desire?
Exactly. You know, her mother lived to be 94 and was active right up until the very end. I remember when Grandma was in a wheelchair, she was on the go from morning till night. But she always had time to talk to her grandchildren. Gee, if I close my eyes, I can...
Rose, I was just thinking about you.
Really?
Yeah, my hand was throbbing.
I brought you a Vanskap kaka. It's a traditional St. Olaf friendship cake.
Rose, I don't want any gifts from you. I mean, I really don't want to have anything to do with you.
Excuse for that. Although I was the ball queen. Did I tell you that? Oh, that's right, I did. Well, here I am all caught up in myself still, fighting with Virginia and the rest of the family when we ought to be comforting each other.
Well,
Yeah. I guess this is it.
right. 1920.
Bad year. Now, 1918.
I said 1920.
Okay, 1920 it is, the year I sailed for America. Ah, America. The land of opportunity where the streets were paved with gold. And a young man named Irving Berlin was writing songs.
Please, he hardly ever remembers to lift up the toilet lid.
Fine, we'll start looking for a place today. Come on, Max.
Rose, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why is your name 3 times larger than ours?
Because I'm the one who actually won it. If you ever want to look at it, it'll be in my bedroom.
Oh, well, look at the cute little puppy dog. Hello there, honey. Oh, he likes me. He must be a male.
Then you don't mind if he stays here till I find his owner?
Mine. Of course I'm mine. You can't keep that filthy beast in my house. Are you all right?
I'm okay. But that antique chest of Dorothy's, she's not gonna like what you let me do to it.
You just listen to what I'm telling you. You live under my roof, you live under my rules.
I'll live under this.
I was so stunned, I just started wandering aimlessly through this train station when I heard a familiar voice calling, Rose! Rose, is that really you? It was my Uncle Johansson. He died when I was 9 years old. Cry. I'm gonna laugh instead.
Well, now, to be honest, it is a little difficult for me. I mean, everything happened so fast. My God, you and Lucas probably haven't even slept together yet.
Blanche, don't be ridiculous. I mean, I know...
Remember prom night 1946?
Why? What happened?
I don't know. I'm that somebody.
No, I think what Ma's referring to is a little practical joke that Trudy played on me. You know, all of us on the tennis team decided that we would wear our tennis whites to the prom. Well, I showed up, but... Mr. Terrific, I think that Lex Luthor and the Joker are harassing an old lady in the stairwell. Could you come in and melt them with your X-ray vision?
Mr. Terrific doesn't have X-ray vision.
Please, Rose, this is no time to point out his shortcomings. Miss Orange Juice, Ma.
Yeah, I could use some of that. I think I might be coming down with a cold.
Well, it doesn't come as a surprise. I mean, you've spent every afternoon this week standing stark naked in a cold, windy studio.
Oh, I didn't catch cold at Laszlo's studio, Dorothy. Laszlo keeps me too warm for that. Too warm and too tingly. Warm.
Boy, it's really coming down out there.
I've never been through a... I don't know.
Oh, honey, please. We're really sorry.
Well, I might forgive you, but I can't speak for Baby.
Is there something we can do to smooth things over?
Well, a kiss on the...
No, Blanche isn't here, and she won't be back for a long, long time.
That's all right. I've been in prison 10 years. I'm real good at waiting.
Can I get you something, Meryl?
Oh, Pussycat, you better get some sleep. The big fight's tomorrow.
Words that have echoed from mother to daughter since time began.
Okay, so I don't turn a phrase like Harriet Nelson. You still better get some sleep.
I can't, Ma. I'm too nervous.
About the money?
No, Ma. I'm...
All right, honey. Now, come on and tell me why you need this favor.
No way. You'll only laugh
Now,
again.
stop it, Dorothy. I really do want to help you if I can.
Yeah, we're not monsters. We promise not to laugh.
Right?
Well, all right. I want you to go out with my blind date tonight because...
He thought the baby was mine. I just didn't correct him. Well, it's not a lie. I'm just withholding the truth.
Blanche, how could you do that?
Because over the past couple of weeks, I've really gotten to like him. And if I go back now and tell him the truth, he'll think I'm a liar.
Oh, what a...
Mom, you keep your will in the cookie jar?
Yes. Every time I used to walk in the kitchen, your father was in the cookie jar. This way he still is. I think I better warn you. I know how much you like my sapphire necklace, but I thought you'd get more use out of the pearl earrings.
Invitation says I can bring a friend to the barbecue. Come on, Rose, they're firemen. After a couple of drinks, they start to do CPR.
Oh, I envy you, Blanche. You really have it together. Not me. I have too many hang-ups.
Good night.
Good night.
None of you.
None of us.
I have enough sketches of each one of you to make my sculpture. When I'm ready to begin, I will make my choice then.
Yeah, but when will we find out?
Only when the work is unveiled at my show. Now, I apologize, but this is how I must work. Now, ladies, I must bid you good day.
You just have to learn to live each day just one day at a time.
Well, of course you do, Dorothy. I mean, if you took them two at a time, you'd end up constantly changing your underwear. Go ahead, stand up and say it.
Cool it gets here this time of year.
No, you picked the right time to visit. Another month, it would be very humid.
You don't know humid till you've been in St. Louis in mid-August.
No, I hear it gets very, very humid there, especially in mid-August.
Incredibly humid and it's hot, sticky.
Why the hell are you marrying my son?
Well, I know he wants to get remarried, And our relationship is getting much more serious, and he just asked me to dinner to talk about something important. Believe me, he's going to ask me to marry him.
And how do you feel about that?
I don't know. I like him a lot, but...
Oh, fine. Hey, you don't have a thing to worry about. You won't even have to think about Blanche. Because if you're going to be at that funeral, I refuse to go.
That's terrible, Blanche. If I were you, I'd take my dishonesty elsewhere.
They made me pay $300 for a dress I didn't even want.
Blanche, it's only fair. You tried something crooked and you got caught.
Museum did have its Christmas party here.
What's that noise?
Oh, they have a mechanical bull in the back room. I read about it in the Sunday supplement.
What on earth do you do with a mechanical bull?
Introduce him to a mechanical cow.
I can't. My taxi's waiting. I just wanted to stop by and say thank you.
For what?
For convincing me to go back home. I figured I'd give it another try.
Oh, that's great. What was it I said?
Nothing. I just decided I didn't want to be as me.
Hey, I didn't hear you get up.
I never went to sleep.
Now look, Rose, this has to stop.
As blue as the Mediterranean in summer.
No. I've been warned if I cross them, they'll stay that way.
Or that your lips are as luscious as red raspberries in fall.
I love raspberries.
Or that your fragrance, oh my God, your fragrance.
Really? You know, I've heard that could happen.
I lied to you when I said Charlie never cheated on me. You know, he was this traveling salesman, and one very dark night, he ran out of gas in front of this farmhouse. And he knocked on the door and asked the farmer if he could spend the night. And the farmer said, yeah.
Confident. Men are attracted to a confident woman. Oh, God, I can never keep a straight face.
Sophia, this is serious. Tonight is supposed to be one of the most romantic nights of my life.
You think you've got problems? I have to kiss a fool to save Dorothy.
Well, yesterday you said you were going to pull the weeds.
I said I'd get it done, and it's getting done, so lighten up.
Dorothy, Sophia, come quick!
Oh, my God.
The storm must have knocked it down.
I'm not going to eat all of this at once, Sophia. There's an I Love Lucy marathon on tonight. I'm setting up for 12 straight hours of classic TV.
I never cared for that show. Every single episode, Lucy said the same thing. Ricky, why can't I be in the show? Ricky, why can't I be in the show? Why couldn't she be in the show?
Your cheek.
Thank you very much, Dorothy. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go wash the squashed bug off my face.
Yeah, just a minute. Won't be very long.
Okie dokie, take your time.
There's somebody in the bathroom.
Well, he said he wouldn't be long.
Because they don't add a swimsuit competition.
Doesn't she have the most adorable little sneeze?
Thank you, Blanche. You know, I can't believe how nice you're being to me, even though I'm suing your friend.
Well, I've always been attracted to ever so slightly younger men. Besides, just look at you. Oh, must be so frustrating for an athlete like you. Did you ever play any college ball?
Didn't know.
I have this recurring fantasy. Take me, Alex, take me now, I tell him. And he says to me, Blanche, in the form of a question.
Wow, what a tough day. I really need somebody.
There he is.
I've got his eyes.
I know. And here he is in uniform.
But wait. Is that him on the boat?
Well, I'll be. I guess he did go fishing. I don't know, Dorothy. Maybe you're right. I should try to make this relationship work. Okay, I'm gonna go get prettied up, and then I'm going down to the drugstore and get to know more about this man. You know, Bill's likes, Bill's dislikes, Bill's last name.
Actually hit a wall. They put up a new Wendy's on Collins Avenue. From what they told me, I picked myself up, staggered over the finish line, and collapsed. People are talking the covers of national magazines. What's that kid still doing here?
Oh, her parents haven't come to get her yet. Reynolds Dinner Theater.
Blanche, might I see you a moment?
Pardonnez-moi. Oh.
Listen, you keep your bloomers on, Scarlett. He's taking me out tomorrow night.
But he wants me. I can feel it.
Let somebody else feel it.
Coming from the airport any minute.
Oh, my God, that's him.
Oh.
How does the dressing room look?
Oh, who cares? How do I look?
Welcome, Mr. Ma.
Thanks, Dorothy.
Give me those. What are you doing here?
I had an hour to kill before work. I thought I'd swing by to meet Mr. Hollywood.
Formal complaint.
I wish men would have breasts, just for one day. Then they'd know what it's like to be judged by some physical trait. I mean, just because I'm built like this, you wouldn't believe how many people think I'm dumb.
There wasn't anything anyone could do. No one's ever beat it, Sophia.
But someday they will, and it could be tomorrow, and it could be you. I believe that, and you're gonna believe that. Because right now, today, that's all we got. Hope.
And a nectarine.
And a nectarine.
Lying, vicious toad of a mother.
Is there a problem?
Oh, not at all. Happy as ever at Happiness House. Aw. Well, I guess we should be going.
Oh, not before I get a picture.
Oh, Rose.
Oh, come on, Dorothy. It's your prom picture. Say cheese.
Yeah. And I got Maslansky to take part of my patient load, too. In fact, I got him to take it all for the next 3 days while we're here in New York on our second honeymoon.
George, I love you.
I love you, too.
But, honey, this isn't our second honeymoon.
Sophia.
Yeah, but it would have been more touching if it hadn't been a felony.
Well, still, though, it just goes to show your hair may turn gray, your skin may wrinkle, but you're never too old for romance. So don't give up, girls.
I'm completely lost. Could you run that by me again?
After the lecture, Rose. Just like last week. Now, are there any newcomers here tonight?
Oh, right over here.
Rose, no.
Oh, please, stand up and introduce yourself.
Well, mercy me. Looks like my little magnolia just turned into a big hoe.
Wherever we go, people stare at him.
Maybe they're staring at you, honey.
At me?
Oh, only a good friend would tell you this, Rose, but that color you dye your hair, honey, that hasn't existed since they discontinued the Ford Falcon. Let's go.
Let's get this wedding on the road.
There's only one can.
Well, how am I going to get to the airport?
Run behind it! Ma, I hate leaving you like this. I really do. Why don't you come with us?
Yeah, come on, Sophie. It'll be fun.
Oh, and the resort is absolutely gorgeous. Look here. Here's our room. Isn't that beautiful? You can have the king-size bed.
There's already two.
Took to have me.
Did I mention the colic?
Ma, you're hurting my feelings.
Not as much as you hurt my uni.
Ma!
I'll tell you something, Dorothy. No matter how much pain I went through, and it was a lot, I wouldn't give up having you for anything in the world.
Thanks, Ma. Ever did this. Night of our senior prom.
Yeah, remember? It took so long to get the tie fixed. By the time I got to the drugstore, it was closed.
I remember.
Dorothy! Well, I know he wants to get remarried, and our relationship is getting much more serious, and he just asked me to dinner to talk about something important. Believe me, he's going to ask me to marry him.
And how do you feel about that?
I don't know. I like him a lot, but except for the one I prepared. Laughter from the crowd. First of all, I would like to thank all the little people who have made tonight possible. Thank you, little people. Smile for
This neurotic woman who made me and Virginia miserable our entire lives. I gotta go pack.
Oh, you hate to give him back.
Goodbye, Danny. Goodbye, pussycat. Goodbye, little fella. Bye.
What are you carrying on? It's like talking to a salami.
I don't get it, Blanche. This isn't like you. Come on. Gary calls at the last minute, cancels your date. You're not the least bit upset or suspicious.
Well, Dorothy, give me some credit. What kind of person would doubt a man whose mother needs emergency gallbladder surgery?
Mom, you keep your will in the cookie jar?
Yes. Every time I used to walk in the kitchen, your father was in the cookie jar. This way he still is. I think I better warn you. I know how much you like my sapphire necklace, but I thought you'd get more use out of the pearl earrings.
And stars up in the sky. And I got to spend it all with my friends. Well, good night.
Boy, whatever happened up in that room sure did her a world of good.
Excuse me?
No, it's just that I've never seen her like this. She must have had a really great experience.
Oh, Blanche.
Ma, Gloria is my sister. I'm Dorothy.
I know, there'll be other dates for Gloria. Yeah, I gotta agree with you, Mrs. Ferguson. Bobby Vinton is the king of rock and roll. I took it from your purse.
Oh, Sophia, you know what the Bible says. Thou shalt not steal.
Hey, she got one.
Ma, please, no jokes.
Hey, Pussycat, we all deal with this in our own way. Some people make nervous little jokes. Some...
Ma, how dare you?
How dare I what? I was trying to help.
Ma, can you get it through your head that I do not need your help? Now, please, Ma, get off my back.
Who do you think you're talking to? Don't you raise your voice to your mother.
And stop smothering me and give me some space.
Space?
When there was a knock at the door. Thinking it was the champagne, he opened the door. Posey was there. She accused him of two-timing. He denied it. Posey pulled out a steak knife, plunged it into his chest, and left the room before Blanche could discover her. Jealous rage.
Please, it's time to present the Friends of Good Health's Best Friend of the Year Award. But before we go any further, I have an announcement to make. Don Johnson, star of Miami Vice, who was originally scheduled to be here, will be unable to attend.
Is it my stroke or did they do this already?
Well, we're off to the game. Blanche, I didn't know you played baseball. Oh, we're not going to play baseball, Rose.
Oh, well, considering what you've been through, go ahead, Rose.
She took a vacation to Mexico, and she found this poor, scrawny, helpless little Chihuahua puppy on the street. And she brought it home to St. Olaf with her, and she nursed it back to health.
Excuse me. My friend here would like to apply for a library card.
What friend?
Oh, the one who's checking out everything but the books.
Hi, what you reading? Oh, you must be a passionate man. Females to fondle? Why am I explaining this to anybody?
Who's Lenny?
Tall, red hair, loves tuna on whole wheat.
Let me ask you a better question. Why do we have his IOU for $2?
Well, he didn't have anything small.
Criticizing what Tom Brokaw looks like naked.
He must have sensed it. I thought I saw him looking down your blouse. Hi, Ma. Hi, Tony.
Look, Dorothy, we won the dance contest at the Sons of Italy Bash.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh, I had no idea you were such a good dancer.
Dorothy, livestock don't get chauffeur-driven limousine rides to fancy four-star restaurants in the symphony afterwards. Except during St. Olaf Bicentennial.
Rose, I am not going. It is degrading.
Dorothy, come on now. Don't be a stick in the mud. It's for the Children's Hospital.
You bet I'm talking about cupcakes. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. Have you and Miles been baking together?
Rose, I would never do that to you, I swear.
Good. Because if I ever caught Miles with another woman in my kitchen, I'd...
We eat lots of fruits and grains and try to avoid sweets. Right, Kolak?
Why don't you try to avoid sweets? It's not a pretty picture from down here.
Why, Kolak, I didn't know that you could speak English.
Hey, what you don't know could fill a space the size of Guam.
But of course you can, sweetheart. You're just a little nervous.
They always get this way before the talent portion. My Clarice still gets butterflies before she twirls her fire batons.
Fire scares me.
But I just remind her that Mommy is right off stage with a big bucket of baking soda.
Hey, because this guy was a jerk because he didn't sleep with you?
Well, yeah. What'd you think I was saying? Gosh, it's getting late. I bet it's after 1 o'clock and Dorothy's not home. I guess Dr. Kagan's turning out to be wonderful.
Or maybe he drugged her and sold her into white slavery.
Do this to yourself. You take everyone for granted.
Thank you, Dorothy. Well, so far nothing seems out of place.
Look at this exercycle.
You know, your grandma feels real bad about everything. What do you say we forgive her?
You know, you remind me so much of your mother.
I've been grinding all night, no sleep, no rest. Chasing after dreams, put my will to the test. They say success is sweet, but the struggle is real. I'm pouring out my heart, tell me how do you feel? Every beat of the drum, every word that I write is a piece of my soul, shining bright in the night. I'm not here to play, I'm here to stay. With every rhyme I spit, I'm paving the way. I'm relentless, can't be tamed. In this game, I've staked my claim. Life's a marathon, but I'm running full speed. Got the hunger for more, it's the fire I feed. Never settle for less, always reaching for more. With every move I make, I'm opening doors. The world is my canvas, my life is the art. Every battle I fight with my heart. Got nothing to lose, everything to gain. Through the storm, through the pain, I'll remain. I'm relentless, can't be tamed. In this game, I've staked my claim. Setting myself free. This is my life, my destiny. claim. No regrets, I'll take the blame for every step I've made to fame. I've been through the darkness, but now I see the only thing stopping me is me. So I'm breaking the chains, setting myself free. This is my life, my destiny.
I've been to the airline office changing our tickets. We're leaving this afternoon. Where's Charlie?
On the lanai. My mother is trying to help her put Barbie's hair back on with Polygrip.
Oh, Kirsten, you're back. I want to talk to you.
Not now, Mother. I promised Charlie I'd take her to lunch, and then we have to...
Mad at me? You said, why, no, darling. This is the best Mother's Day I've ever had. Don't you remember that, Mama? Well, I thought that happened to Virginia. Wasn't Virginia the slut?
I don't want to turn around. Do any of you see a fedora in the window?
I don't.
Good, I lost him.
Lost him? Lost who?
This guy who keeps following me all the time. Apparently he's English. I met him down at the center. He's got the hots for me. As much as an English guy can get the hots.
So, Angela, they're all grown up.
Nice.
Kate is an interior decorator in New York, and Michael is a very successful musician.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed Michael didn't want to go in the novelty business with me.
Yes, it was a crushing blow when he decided to join the Boston Philharmonic instead of selling rubber dog poop door to door. Excuse me, with that new toupee, I thought you were Ted Danson.
I just got it today. It hasn't had time to settle. Oh, wow. Is that Rumaki?
Stanley, what are you doing here?
I just came to see Kate.
Oh, she hasn't gotten here yet.
How did you know that she was coming?
Well, she left me a message on my machine.
Well, Bushman awaits. You know, I learned something tonight. A relationship is more than sex and fun and videos and good times. Thank God this isn't a relationship. Just one of the Donaldson boys trying to sell us a newspaper subscription again.
Oh, those Donaldson kids won't take no for an answer.
Neither would their father at our 4th of July barbecue.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jonathan Newman.
Are you absolutely sure
Holmes ever going to find out about this?
Oh, yes, they will. The St. Olaf Courier-Dispatch is known for its investigative reporting.
You're right. That series they did on oat fungus was an uncompromising piece of journalism.
Damn, I bet you Bert is greeting his guests right now.
I can't believe we're going to miss it.
You talk to your mother, put that in a letter to your father, how sassy you've gotten since menopause.
You haven't mailed that letter to your father yet?
Once more, I am not going to mail it. I am just writing this to get the anger out of my system. You know, I know Pop loved me.